Got it. All right. Rock and roll. Woo, baby. That was a little frantic. There's a little thingy up there that actually covers the camera when it's not in use. I have to slide it over. Lesson learned. Camera is. We're good. That was about 4 minutes of panic there. New laptop, new settings, new everything. Let me know how the sound is. I think I got the sound right. Got the camera going. Got on at 7:30. I was probably about 45 seconds late. Hello, English bottle cap. Everything okay? Good, man. Thank you. Yeah, hilarious. That's what happens when you get a new laptop. So there's going to be a few bumps in the road. I think that should be it. So, seed. Interesting. Should be saved. So, whatever. We'll see. See what happens. Try to get it all right. Shit, a lot of seeds here. That is weird. Where's it coming from? It's usually seedless. Seedless grapes, of course. Hope everybody is good. Got a good, lively political action here this week in the United States, US and A. And yeah, get into a little bit of that this week, tonight, what happened this week. And anything else you guys want to talk about, which is usually how we do it around here. We just go. Hey, what's up, Anna? Yes, a leaky window, nothing worse. All right, you're in. You're in. We're here for you. We're here for you, kid. Fucking leaky window. Yeah, god damn, there's not much you can do from the inside unless you have there are some things you could do, but it would require some work. If you have a small float pump, I'm going to say that you meant to say the insulation is old, which is understandable. And obviously the waterproofing is old. So good. I'm glad you have insurance. Always a smart thing to have. A lot of people overlook that who don't own their place, and smart. Yeah, insulation. Bingo. I guess I'll grind up this herbage. A little bit sitting out for a day. Been having what a stretch of weather we've been having here, people. Been so beautiful these last few days. So nice that I decided to use a vacation day for Monday. And I reckon me and my bro will get out on the boat and we'll use live eels for bait to catch big fish. Went out today, cruised around a bunch. It was beautiful. And I boat in the morning, beach in the afternoon. Can't ask for a much better day for me, for old Steve-O. I've been trying to stay covered up, but you can see I'm getting some color. It's important. Protect yourself from the sun, people. It'll get you. Wow, you're getting slammed with rain. Yeah, we're getting dried out over here. Got to water the grass. It's getting dry. I wonder what kind of coverage you all had for the debate that just happened this week. Did you guys get it in the UK? Did you get it in Bulgaria? Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's the country that you're in. It was bizarre, and I'd like to hear people's opinions once Austria, right? Once we get going here, as to whom was victorious. Hey, Scum, what's up, dog? How you doing? Or horse? Good to see you, man. Always welcome. Hope you're having a splendid Saturday night. Scum always has really cool live streams. If you ever happen to catch him, I do recommend you subscribe to his channel with notifications. He goes on late, and late for me. So in the UK, it'll be like breakfast for you guys, which is cool. And he gets some wild and wacky, crazy people on his thing. And he plays some cool tunes, man. Check him out. Sometimes he plays them himself on the old Git, and sometimes he plays music audible in the background. He's been partying all week. Glad to hear it, brother. And like me, he drinks fairly cheap beer. Maybe not BLs, but he drinks the cheap stuff. Yep, there's wife. Hello, wife. Good to see you. Just made about 12 chicken cutlets up the stairs, so she's having some vittles. Pretty tasty stuff. Yeah, she clearly, I don't believe there was anything nefarious going on there with earpieces, just to be clear. Yeah, people are English bottle cap. People are questioning why none of her possibly incorrect statements were fact checked. A few of them legitimately could have been. Yeah, I hear you. It wasn't the bombastic level that the other guy had, but no, I don't think she cheated. I didn't say that. But we all know there is an inherent bias against Cheeto Mussolini, Cheeto Bandito. So he's, not popular. I'm not a fan of his as well, but whatever. We'll get it going later when we get some people on here who may want to defend him or whatever, because I ain't that guy. Is that true, Topple? I didn't know. Very implausible. Yeah, he does dig his own hole. When it came to immigration, I think Trump had a major mistake. And I still think he is making major mistakes with that. He needs to focus on the things that are really problematic and not some fantasy bullshit that's not really happening. But hey, he is what he is. Yeah, she's still around. Bit my tongue earlier, so I'm going to have a little bit of a funny lisp here. Unfortunately. I hate that. Hillary is around. Yes, there's Last Dance. That's an interesting question, Topple. Afghans 2024. Right on, bro. I'll find a new flavor. Ooh. That one looks tasty. Give it a try. What the hell? Oh, yeah. Let's go ahead and read that candidate question. Too much time in the sun today. Both candidates are not the best options. Too bad you didn't have a third or fourth option out of your 250 million people. These are the only two that are worthy of you to be your leaders. I think that's a fair statement. I guess when it comes down to it, logic would override. Well, it's not logic. The desire for a particular political party to win is the overwhelming factor here. Really not the candidate. That's not the factor. The Republicans think that Donald Trump is their best chance to win, and the Democrats think Kamala is. And if you get to the point where we're at now and you just go back and see what got each person or candidate to where they are, it would be hard to get another candidate in that would garner as much support as these two have in their respective parties. It is unfortunate because I do agree with your statement, Anna, that they're not great. There are better ones on both sides. But it is what it is. These are the ones, and that's that. And there's nothing we can do about it. Either you pick one or you vote for somebody that's irrelevant. Now, me here, it doesn't matter who I vote for. The state, Jesus, of Massachusetts will vote probably about 71% Democrat. All of our electorates are going to go to a Democrat. There's nothing I can do about that. Every vote does not matter. Now, Topple, in your state, yours is the biggest battle state of all of them, bro. He who wins your state, he or she who wins your state will probably become president. So it really freaking matters there. Here, it doesn't matter. But there, it really freaking matters. Now, for every vote to count, that would mean there would be no. If PA goes Harris, Harris will be president. That's my thought. What do you got, 21 or 22 electorates? I can't quite remember, but yeah. Whom gets PA gets USA. That's it. Don't know much about that scum, but back to the PA, man. If what you say is true, Topple, then that's it. I think personally, we'll get everyone else's opinion here. Yeah. Cap. Oh, bottle cap. At cap. Hard to say. But women are coming out huge in huge numbers for this one. They are. And there is quite a a division between sexes of who they're voting for. A lot more young men are going Trump, and a lot more young women are going Harris. So, and if the youth vote, it will be great. Oftentimes, that's an underrepresented category in voters because young people tend to be dumb and irresponsible and not vote. I don't believe I voted until I was probably 22 or 26, something like that. Just stupid, you know? I do like that they've made it easier to vote. We're going to get our ballots here, and we are going to drive them to the town hall and drop them in the drop box. We're not going to, so we do sort of a hybrid type of mail-in voting. We get the mail-in ballot, but we choose not to rely on the USPS and bring it and drop it in the box that is guaranteed to go to the counters. We're taking out the middleman. I think if you can do that, do that. If you're in such a rural place that you have to mail it back, fine. Getting in line to vote is fine. I think it's unnecessary, but I do think relying on the U.S. mail to get your vote there is dicey. Most of the time, the mail's fine. If there's 80 million ballots going through the mail, I'm just guessing, say about half. I don't know if that's right. Let's say there's 155, 160 million votes total. Do half of them go through the mail? I'm not positive about that, but you're going to lose a few. You are voting, Topple. I know you. I believe I know who you're going to vote for, but not positive. When I die, I will vote Democrat. Pretty good joke there, dude. He's insinuating that Democrats use dead people as voters and count their votes. I'm too busy paying taxes and hating all politicians to vote. Yeah. I like, you guys had that one guy in Canada there with the glasses. He wasn't bad. I remember one particular interview. I know that's a great interview of him. He was eating an apple, and he kind of tore apart this reporter who was trying to do a little double back questioning on him. Like, you know, I'm going to get you with these questions, bud. And old apple eating, glasses wearing, hair slicked to the side guy did a pretty good job dismantling the reporter while eating the apple. Scum, if you know who I'm talking about, please put it in the chat, or anyone else. And we got Mr. RW. What's going on, bro? RW, I will welcome you to join in on cam if you like, but I have the feeling you're probably not going to or not capable of it. Actually, commented on a small-time YouTuber's video recently. I'm going to mention his channel here. One word, grab shot, GRABSHOT. And I highly recommend you go ahead and sub his channel. He's kind of a new YouTuber, but he's an older guy. He makes some funny, goofy videos, uses some funny editing, and check him out. Give him a sub, give him a like, watch some of his stuff. He asked me how he could come here and get on this tonight. So if he does come here, or if you're here now, buddy, you want to join in, the link is in the description. And Untrackable, welcome. Ironically, a new person just showed up when I started saying that. Welcome. It's a chill channel, dude. Yeah, I'm smoking a little, drinking a little. Yeah, it's Bud Light. Sorry. I know the whole thing. But I've been drinking these for years. Here you go. That's a nice thing to do. Last Dance. His videos, and sometimes his lady joins him. He's not actually gay. It might not be the most exciting stuff. But us low-grade YouTubers, we got to stick together, man. Us guys who get handfuls of views, I love them. Them types of channels. They're the blood and guts of the whole thing, man. The streamers who never get anybody to watch. I saw you down there, RW. Come back. Don't pull one of those. Another cool one, Dennis's Backyard Barbecue. He hasn't barbecued a cauliflower yet, Last Dance, but if he does, sending you that video. Most of it's meat. It's all meat. 100% meat. Cool. Welcome, Untrackable. All right. Let's grab one beer, and we're going to get this thing going. We're going to get some people in here, whoever wants to join. Yep, more beer. Grabbing the 2-for-1 special on that. Okay, we got people. Last Dance, how are you?
All right. Happy Saturday.
Happy Saturday to you, man.
And once again, I'm working my way through the
Glenfiddich. Cool. Welcome, RW.
That's my baby.
Hey, I don't know if you guys can hear me. I'm gonna kill my mic and just point it at the fire while I listen to you guys.
All right, cool.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, I look forward to hearing the conversation if I have any bandwidth. But yeah, I hope you guys are doing well.
Sounds good. Thanks, buddy. Yeah. All right, looks like Untrackable's a real person. You got your finger on the button. Hey, Grabshot is here. Cool. New guy. Grabshot clicked in.
Yeah, I see that.
Untrackable, can you give me a peace sign? So I know it's not a video. Peace sign. Okay. And yeah, Grabshot's here too. Right on. Untrackable, how are you?
I'm doing good, man. I myself, I know how the streams work, and when you see open panels, and like you said about being a smaller channel, you know, attracting people in can be tough sometimes, or sometimes people don't know how to act, and you already know they're not going to last too long. But I like talking with the smaller channels because it's smaller groups, yeah. And like I said in the chat about when you use that word pub, man, I frequent the local place every once in a while, and we talk about anything and everything right there to each other's faces. But sometimes you just want to sit in your garage and do the same thing without having to go anywhere. So thanks for having me.
Yeah, you're welcome. Welcome. No problem. Let's give this guy a try. I've seen his videos. Grabshot, how are you?
I want to thank you for that nice shout out just a few minutes ago, Steve. Thank you very much.
No problem at all, man. Hopefully I get you a couple subs. I like what you do over there.
Good evening to Grabshot.
Right on. Cool. Yeah. And that must be Topple. Did we see his camera?
I did not see it now.
I'm going to add him, and
yeah.
Hope it's him.
Yeah, it's him.
Cool. You guys, did you guys all watch the debate? Everybody here?
I did
No.
not.
Now, grab shot. Did you watch the debate? I don't think he heard me.
No, I don't think so.
I think your audio is messed up, buddy.
Or the he could have the
I did watch the debate. Thank you.
Okay. Did you enjoy it? Did you find it bizarre? Did
It
you
was
have a
very
take?
entertaining, but I think I like the spin better than the debate.
Right. Yeah. Did you happen to declare a winner?
Harris.
Harris. Yeah. Seems to be the overwhelming answer people are giving. I agree. I think Donald could have done better. He missed it where he could have attacked her on certain things, and he went in too many tangents and weird directions, which he's known to do, and then just went off the rails. So what are you going to do? Here we go.
I'm not
RW's
sure why, but I'm hearing about 4 conversations and a lot of repetitive. I'm hearing it 3 times.
If you have your YouTube tabs open or any other tabs, you got to mute everything except StreamYard,
Oh,
because you're going to be getting audio from all your tabs.
gotcha. Okay.
It happens quite often. First time.
beginner mistake.
Exactly.
We've all made it.
That's right.
Can I ask a question, you guys?
Sure.
Does anybody know what this is? I found out what that is. I got it at a thrift store today. And
Well,
does anybody know what this is for?
It looks like a traffic light.
but too small.
Right.
This is a parking garage sensor. It lets you know how close you are to the outermost surface, and it'll light up red. You can adjust it.
Ah.
So it's like instead of hanging a tennis ball, you can use that.
Oh, come on. Tennis ball doesn't ever need the power, right? You can't have the power go out in a tennis
And
ball.
a tennis ball doesn't have an annoying beeping sound constantly either.
Yeah.
I know, but you always got to have the high-tech thing, though, right?
Yeah. Well, my uncle had the tennis ball when I was a kid. I remembered staring at it and thinking, why is that there? And then when he pulled his car in, I was like, oh, wow, that is so smart, like, so I've got a lot of tennis ball.
That was one of the first things I did when we met, my wife and I, when we got our house, and trying to figure out, because we like to back in even into the garage, and I tell you what, rather than have all that guesswork, you get that tennis ball in the same space every single time, you're golden.
Exactly. It's brilliant little thing. Is it just something that's spread across the country? There's no one ever gave instructions for the tennis ball trick. You guys all know it. I know it.
I think everybody's saw somebody else do it and said, that's a good idea. I'm going to do it.
As you're growing up, it's simple, like what we would call Yankee ingenuity here.
Now, I don't actually have a tennis ball because I got stuff all along the wall of my garage, different stuff, rakes on hangers and stuff. So I know I just look over to the side and see where I am and then stop.
Sure, that makes sense. Right.
Yeah, no, especially if you don't have a car. If you have a car that does not, like, if you got an older car like I got and my wife has, we don't have, camera technology and beepers and stuff inside the car. We don't have none of that.
Mm-hmm.
But I was raised in a neighborhood, and a man across the street had a tennis ball, and when he would watch golf, he would have his, he's watching like PGA. He would have his garage door open. And he was a good guy, and he would have me in the garage, and I would always play with his tennis ball, and he'd be like, that's there for a reason. And he explained it to me, and I swear to God, like that was the first addition to my house. It was like, plus my wife has a CRV, a Honda CRV.
Mm.
So when the garage door is up, the handle actually was coming across the windshield and going across the top of the car. So it was like twofold. One, it helps you get that perfect distance. And two, it keeps that little handle from scratching the top of the car.
Hmm. Yeah, makes total sense. Hey, Welshman, just turn on your camera and then I'll click you on here if you're there. You are. All right, for you new guys, this dude's from well, you'll hear him. How you doing, man?
Good evening, everyone.
Good
Hello.
evening.
Based.
Yeah, the hints in the name. I'm from Wales.
Right. Yeah,
Not
BW.
England.
Yeah.
How you doing, lads? All right? Don't
Good,
let me.
good.
I literally just noticed you were live, so I don't even know what you're talking about. So carry on, chaps.
We're
All
just
right.
kind of bullshitting about inconsequential stuff, but so Wales, does Wales have its own government?
Yeah.
But like, is it like a state and you're still part of the UK? We don't
Yes.
see it as a separate country.
Yeah. So what it is, we get our money from central government, so we get that from Westminster as such, but we run our own affairs.
Hmm.
So they call it. Yeah, I don't know what the word would be called now, but yeah, we are our own country and we have our own government. But remember, United Kingdom. So that's England, Scotland, Northern Ireland, and Wales.
Right. Yeah. So Ireland proper, not Northern Ireland, is it considered part of the UK?
No. So IRA, as we technically call it, IRA is is his own country and nothing at all to do with the UK, or the
Understood.
UK has nothing to do with it's how it goes about its business.
Okay.
In fact, it's part of the EU.
Right. And you're not.
Yeah, so that land border causes a lot of problems.
Yeah, what's the old sticker that I used to see back when in Boston growing up? 26 plus 6 equals 1, which is what, 26 counties in the south, 6 in the north. Should be one country, I guess.
Yeah.
But those were back in the tumultuous days, or whatever you guys called them, the troubles.
The troubles.
Yeah,
Troubles.
yeah.
That sounds more dramatic than the tumultuous days. Genre of the UK. Okay. We got.
It was generally a different type of terrorism if they generally performed it in the UK. Not always, but it got in the end where they would always tip you off where they were going to blow up. So they would say, "Oh, we got," and they'll give a credible like password or whatever to the security forces, and yeah, like so everyone will get evacuated, then it'll blow up half a Canary Wharf, which it did. It blew up the whole block, like, because they had a 7.5 tonner full of explosives.
Damn. But they did kill some. They killed some soldiers, though, right?
Oh yeah, they killed people in pubs in Birmingham, I think it was. So
It's
yeah,
not right, killing especially. It's just not. They're not in a time of war. It's dicey.
Well, it's murder. That's what I would say.
That's what I mean.
there was a case from about 30 years ago. I remember it. A solicitor just got a solicitor was murdered, and they just said, "Oh, the police force in Northern Ireland were basically involved in it." I mean, yeah, not shocked by that at all.
So they partook in it.
Basically, I think information was shared. But
Wow.
basically, they were involved in some way.
Crazy, man.
Yeah,
and that perception, like, I don't know, it must piss British people off that there's a certain way that the IRA was portrayed as these heroes and shit, like in some of the movies, like the name of the father, and I'm sure there's other ones. Almost gave them like a Robin Hood like kind of vibe, that they weren't all that bad, but in reality they're blowing people up, and some times I think even some kids got killed. Pretty horrendous.
Yeah, there was kids caught up in it. I mean, yeah, the British Army killed a few kids, but also kids got into like problems in their community, and they didn't fuck about in those days, so they just got rid of the kids, if you know what I mean.
Wow.
If they got involved in something they shouldn't have got involved in, and they say for example, they were compromised
All right, Anna.
by the British state,
Cheers.
they'll just get taken out.
Yep.
Unreal.
I think I heard of a 16 or a 15-year-old getting taken out over the troubles.
Remember the mother of 10 who was killed by the IRA for treason, I guess?
No, I don't. But that's like what I'm saying, basically, is this she became a bit of an informant.
Right.
Yeah, crazy.
This band are such a washed up. Last Dance, do you know much about that particular case?
No, I don't know all the details. I just remember that there was a mother of 10 who was captured, driven off somewhere, and killed, executed by the IRA and buried.
Damn. That's hardcore, man.
Yeah.
Definitely. Should we talk about the debate then? Because I don't think we've talked about the debate, have we?
We were briefly going over a little bit of it earlier. I thought that we've got a couple of people here who think Harris won the debate. Myself and Grabshot. A couple of the other guys, top row here, didn't watch it. Haven't heard Topple's opinion of it, or Anna. What's yours, Based?
Don't quote me.
I personally think he didn't do what he was supposed to have done. I've told you what he should have done. Just kept on policy. And when she goes for a personal attack with him, he really should have turned around and said, "Well, if we're gonna have personal attacks, then we can have the personal attacks in the back room. I'm here to talk about policies and talk about the future of my beautiful country." He should have just, and he got caught in the stupid trap of it. Yeah, he could have, if he just handled it differently. He could have made he could have easily have got the results by basically putting her into a corner about policies and did she have any? But no, he didn't. He fell for the simple trap.
True, and when the immigration thing came up, he has so much that he could have went at her with.
Yeah.
Rather than choosing,
he didn't even mention borders. He didn't even mention borders.
That's what I'm saying. He goes into this thing about the dogs and eating and eating pets, and I'm like, dude, you're picking the wrong thing here, bro. There's a lot worse that he could have that would have been far more impactful than that dumb narrative. In my humble opinion, he missed the boat on the whole border thing and the whole immigration thing. He missed.
I didn't see the debate, but I'm not surprised by what you're describing. I mean, Harris is by far the weakest candidate the Democrats have fielded in my lifetime, and I'm pretty damn old. Mondale and Dukakis were fairly weak, but Harris is like a different. But Trump is by far the weakest Republican candidate in my life. There's no comparison. He's just he's not even in the same league as the next worst Republican candidate.
You're saying even people who didn't get elected, you're saying he's the worst, even just candidate?
Just as a candidate, absolutely.
Wow.
And I'm not talking about policies. I'm talking about his ability to think on his feet and debate the issues, because he doesn't have a great grasp of them.
I think he's a bit of a one-trick pony as well. when it comes to debating. I mean, remember he went up to the Taliban guy, and when he pulled out of Afghanistan, and he's, he boasted there wasn't a U.S. citizen killed in that 18 months.
Yeah.
Because he went up to the Taliban leader, he said, "I'll kill you," and the guy, he looked at him like that, and he took a photo out of his pocket, and he showed him a photo of his house, his family house, and Trump walked out the room, and he got what he wanted because he's got all the Trump cards.
Well, how do you know that happened?
Sounds like a good story.
I've heard of it now off a number of people that's what happened. I believe that's the sort of thing Trump would do, aren't you? No? But
Well,
what
I mean,
I'm saying about it, he's a bit of a one-trick pony when it comes to debating, and he should have just played his cards far better, but he didn't, which I thought was,
Well, I mean, I don't think that it matters that the moderators were against him. I mean, that, if that's true, that's not fair, but he could have easily overcome the moderators. It's not that hard to turn the audience against the press. Everybody hates the press, so
Not everybody.
Yeah, everybody that
No.
Everybody who's an independent-minded person knows that the press can't be trusted.
Yeah, I kind of think there's two sides.
Wife, the Abdul one.
I think there's two sides to the press. There is breaking news press. Generally, I think you can. Where else you're going to go? And what do you call press? Is Matt Taibbi press? Is BNO News on Twitter X press?
Mainstream media.
I could name them. Fox News, NBC, ABC, CBS, NPR, CNN, MSNBC.
So I would call that mainstream media, and I would call press basically journalists.
I'm talking about mainstream media.
Hey guys, can I do a breaker real quick?
Yeah, what's up?
So I'm gonna back out, but I have a friend here that plays banjo. Is it okay if he plays a lick before I do?
Sure, go right ahead.
All right, boys.
Some hillbilly music.
Yeah, I just fixed his mic. There we go.
Have an awesome night.
All right, thank you.
That was cool.
That was nice.
Yeah, good player. I fixed his mic settings at the end. It really does make a difference if somebody's
I bet it's Welshman.
Oh, wait there.
I think it might have been RW.
Okay.
Let's fix that.
RW.
I did. Now he's unmuted. I'm not going to touch anything.
Okay.
You can. Sounds good right now.
What did you try to say last dance? I got for him.
Well,
I don't know.
Yeah. I don't hear it now.
Sounds good. Anna, are you there?
Yes, I'm there.
Did you happen to catch the debate? Where are you now?
I'm in Austria.
Did they show it in Austria?
Yes, I did with translation.
Did you watch it yourself?
I saw like 20 minutes. I don't know. As I told you, I think that both candidates is not smart as people in the US. Okay, I don't know. It's your election. I cannot. I don't like Trump too much, and I don't like her. It's as I told you. If elections change something, they would be forbidden anyways. So it will be the same. The outcome will be war, no matter who is the president. I tell you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Some people call Kamala more of a warmonger than monger.
Monger is fine.
I don't think she's a warmonger. No one trusts.
Like Nikki
no one has
Haley,
trust in what she can do.
I mean, do you really think she'll be running the country if she gets, to be president? She's not going to run the country. I mean, it's the people who in the
No,
last
she
4
was the
4
attorney
years.
general at one time. She was an attorney general one time.
She,
In
she is not gonna,
California.
she is not
Yeah,
going to
but
make the decisions.
Yeah, I
She
know,
hasn't made
but
the decisions in the last 4 years now. You know, who's been making decisions in the last 4? It's certainly not Joe
Trump
and
didn't
her.
make decisions in the last 4 years.
What?
well, when he was president, he did.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Kamala Harris is never going to make the decisions. It's going to be the backroom staff, whoever that is. Is it Obama? Is it, you know, obviously it's
so you think it's another puppet master like they said with Biden, which I
well,
agree
Joe,
on.
Joe hasn't run the country for 3.5 years. Let's be honest about it. We all know this. Okay,
Yeah,
right?
that's right. I agree.
And Camilla, I know there's more of a token role of vice president, but she could have led by that and shown that she leads. She can lead, yeah. But what she's shown, she's basically taken all opportunities not to engage or take any responsibility or seem to be taking any responsibility for anything. So what's going to change now? The people who are running the country now, if she gets voted in, will be running the country next year.
But what makes you think that, though?
I just give you the reasons.
I think there's. Go ahead, you first.
Yeah, I tend to agree with Based because she's running her campaign in that manner. She's not really. There's no evidence that she's taken control of the campaign. It's mostly her avoiding any unscripted discussions and avoiding any policy positions. And you know, it's really it's like having Biden.
It's called a strategy.
Who's her?
Why would you need
Look at
who's her-
Biden. Look at Biden. He didn't answer questions. He didn't do nothing. He won the last election.
The only reason you would have that strategy is if you didn't have the skills and the knowledge to campaign. Trump's not that hard to beat. He's easy to beat. And
look at the
Kamala's not
debate.
that hard to beat either. So
Look at the debate. They had nothing to go after her with her policy because she doesn't have any.
Who's they?
The
media?
Trump campaign, and obviously the bias ABC's not going to go after her with it. They did ask. She avoided the question.
I'll tell you what you do. You just glued Joe Biden's policies onto Harris. That's totally fair, and make her defend him or distance herself.
I agree.
And I bet she wouldn't even know half the policies if he boxed clever. He could literally pick something out. There'd be loads to pick from. You know, maybe like 20 options when you could think about policies they made. Instead of going for the top 3, go for a bit of a more obscure one. With an Oscar, you know, quite a good question on the subject. And I bet you she wouldn't be able to answer it. But you know, let's be honest, buddy. Why haven't they done that? Because as you know, he answers all sorts of shit. 2 hours he could be answering questions, or an hour. Does that twice a week. You know, I mean, there's a lot of things he answers, and whether they're stupid answers, you know, he does sort of seem to know what he's talking about. But
I can't stand listening. I agree that he's willing to get in there and answer stuff, but I just can't stand listening to him answer questions. He's constantly he can't stay focused for 5 minutes. He's always going
It was
down
the best.
tangents.
It was the best.
I know.
It was the biggest. It was, brilliant.
And by the way,
Yeah. So who is Kamala Harris's Laura Loomer? Like Trump has her. Does Kamala have this person who's kind of by her side, speaking in her ear constantly? You know.
Oh, I don't know the specific.
Is that true about Trump?
Well, he's got this.
Or is that a media narrative that she's running?
Yeah. Laura Loomer was a Trump supporter back in 2016. I remember her, and she was big, obviously, through 2020, and she got basically cancelled from all social media because she went to Google's house. I think she went to the CEO of Google's house and started protesting at it because of Twitter as well. She's literally she's just like a very based. conservative woman, like, and yeah, she went outside the CEO's houses and just.
You mean like Jack Dorsey from Twitter? And I don't know, isn't that Indian guy who runs Google?
Sunday
she did.
Scar?
Yeah, well, she was literally taken off all social media. The only social media she had, Laura Loomer, was Telegram. That was it. I remember. And she was taking off everything. She was making waves. You know, she's quite good at stealth. You know, publicizing it.
Who says she's Trump's advisor?
I don't know, but I doubt it. I just think they're mates.
Okay.
It's it's an odd pairing. But hey, yeah, maybe they're just mates. I find that hard to believe. I think.
Well, when I say mates,
I'm not saying
she loves Trump in the sense that, you know, she thinks, you know, the sun shines out of his ass.
Clickbait.
Right?
Clickbait.
I don't think it's a thing like that, you know, like a sexual thing. She just, you know, thinks Trump's brilliant.
Right, and that's all he needs to keep you around, because we all know about his ego. I mean, no, like him or not, the dude's got a lot of ego going on there.
Hey, grab shot on Trackable. Nice meeting you guys. How you guys doing?
I'm doing good.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. My video just freezed out on me, so I haven't heard you guys talk, so I was just saying what's up because I jumped on a little later. So I know you guys are being quiet right now. Is there anything you guys want to talk about?
I would just add that you know, I didn't watch the debate. I've been paying attention to the snippets here and there of everything that's going on, but when I pay attention to stuff like that, I tend to get a little passionate.
Yeah.
And I've come to a realization in my life that yes, the things that the government does affects us in certain types of ways, but the things that I do in my daily life will keep me true to what I actually believe in. You know, because you know, some people will say, "Oh, I'm a conservative and I'm a Republican." I don't think those things go hand in hand. I think you can be conservative without as a lifestyle, not as a political way of life.
Okay.
Sure.
And I also believe that like not everything in life is democratic. Like there are some things that there is.
I'll answer
there
my
are some things in life that that don't get a vote. Like you have to do this, that, or the other. Now, on the grand scheme of things, you know, I've come to believe, and I believe this, that my vote, to them, it matters as like a classification to tally up and see who's going to sit in that seat. But I vote for myself and my family every single day, and I don't have to give them my time. I don't have to listen to their theater, their BS, their pointed conversations. I don't have to listen to, you know, like you guys were saying about having moderators who take sides. I absolutely hate that in a debate. I hate dodging questions in a debate. I hate watching our future leaders, potential leaders, go at each other's personal throats rather than talk about how they're going to lead. I don't think, because I mean it's like that old joke of well, how do you get elected class president? You promise everybody a pizza party every Friday and you know, ice cream and 15 more minutes of recess.
Yeah,
That's shit that just fit into the schedule budget. You know what I'm saying? So they're gonna blow smoke up your ass no matter what. I can say under Trump, I felt like financially, I was also gaining in my own life. So I was gaining in my own life, but at the same time, I saw some relief. but at the same time, I'm not going to give him necessarily the credit for that. And there's so much that I don't pay attention to because I'm so busy living my own life, and that's why I kind of stay out of the political side. Like I have my opinions,
Yeah.
but as far as like these people, you know, you got like the ego guy, and then you've got you know, Laffy McLafferson over here. And yeah, she had a whole career before she is where she is now. And how she got there, you know, it takes education, it does take some rubbing of elbows. Everything does. Everything takes some rubbing of elbows and getting along with the field you want to go into. So yeah,
I don't think it was elbows she was rubbing.
Ah, Jesus.
You're
you know what I
bad
mean.
man, base.
Yeah, exactly.
Bad man.
I do follow
Just
you.
spitting facts.
I mean, yeah, you're not wrong. Those are how words of wisdom. I appreciate that.
Run your household the way you run your household.
It is funny. It does remind me. It's funny how much stock we put in these candidates like they're gods. You know, we almost treat them like superhuman beings, and they're so far from that. It's amazing. They're
Oh,
Do people realise how close we may be to World War III at the moment by supplying Russia supplying Ukraine with long range, like are they ballistic missiles or something? I'm not too sure the exact terminology on them, but
they're
I
not.
seen a statement that Putin said the other day, and he said, "Let's not fucking kid each other, right? Ukraine hasn't got the capability to fire these, right? The only way these missiles are getting fired is from NATO forces. It's, you know, and we will respond."
Mm.
It's just like, what are we doing?
Yeah.
I don't know whether that's true or not. Most of the time, you know, there's a lot.
What's true?
I mean, it's just, you know, once you have the missiles in place, you just basically push a button and off they go. Now,
No.
of course, there's a lot more to it. There's programming the targets and so forth, but I don't know that. I mean, the question there's a lot of questions underneath what you're saying, and I wouldn't. It's fair to raise the point, but I wouldn't get to that conclusion so easily.
Okay, well, I mean, he might be bluffing. You know what? You know, he's going to respond or not. But like, certainly, I don't think he's lying. But
well, I've always worried that we're, we keep having the distance between us and nuclear war every year. You know, going halfway, and then the next year we go halfway again, and you know we don't know where we don't actually know where the line is.
Okay,
so you can't really keep doing that.
Say, for example, they stick big missiles into Moscow, because that'll be possible, no problem. They'll all be in range, and they take out bits of Moscow, St. Petersburg, and some of them, you know, obviously major oil refineries or something like that. What do you think Russia's going to do to respond? Because you know, it's not like they haven't got a big selection of missiles that they could take out Kiev or take out a fucking suburb to Kiev, no problem. And
I don't know what they're going to do. Let's.
Well, that's it. I mean, that would be the least response, wouldn't it? You're going after Ukraine rather than going and into a NATO country with missiles. So,
well, I tell you what, I would rather avoid all this and find a negotiated solution, and that would be my choice. Now, I don't know if I was in the big chair if I would do the same thing Biden is doing. I mean, it's possible I would. I still think I would do things different. Huh?
Camilla's openly said she's supporting Ukraine. She said it recently, even.
Oh yeah, she has to say that. I mean,
well, that's it.
But
so,
we'll have to see.
You know, Trump's basically said, "I will end it."
We lost.
He's holding the
Oh.
keys to end it, and he can end it by because the
And
keys. He's got
we
the
lost
keys.
Bradshaw too. All right. Yeah.
Randy.
Randy.
Hello.
Yeah. I mean, I'm very concerned about the
I am. I'm really concerned.
about the Ukraine war and the
thing
continued
is,
escalation.
Hey, this guy's back. This crazy but
El palco tigre humano.
Hilarious. Thanks for coming back, brother. All right. Fucking great.
Hey, McGrand.
We've
How
got
you doing, McGrand?
good
No,
balance.
come on, no.
We've got a good balance of old school crazy people and new crazy people.
Thank you.
Yeah,
That's
McGrand
right.
is analogizing our support for Ukraine to Russia and China's support for
Yeah,
North
but
Vietnam.
why? I have a question. Why is Ukraine so different from other countries? You know, there's war in so many countries, yeah, but entire West focuses in Ukraine. What does Ukraine do for the West? I don't understand it. Ukraine is just a shithole. I'm sorry, but I was in Ukraine, I know. Yeah.
It's to weaken Russia over a period of time. In fact, I can't remember which American politician said it, but he basically said it. He said basically there's dead Russians every day, and
Okay. And dead Ukrainians.
Yeah,
and dead British.
he didn't mention the Ukrainians, even though that would be logical. That if it was dead Russians every day, there'd be dead Ukrainians every day. He didn't say that. And basically, it's about bankrupting and weakening Russia. That's how.
They cannot do that. Because do you know that the US also buys gas and oil from Russia? It's very funny. There's sanctions against Russia, but I know that the US also buying oil and gas from Russia. It's really funny, you know. I mean, if you're really serious about it, you don't buy it at all. But they buy it via third parties or something, yeah. So in the end, you have to buy oil and gas. If you buy it from Saudi Arabia or from Russia or some other dictatorship, yeah, it doesn't matter. So I don't understand what has Russia done to the West. You know, they can work with Russia, and it will be much easier. Russia could have been in NATO already. You know what I mean?
Which country do you think is the number one producer of oil?
Sorry, I'm not an economist. I'm a teacher, but
America.
Number one producer. Someone in the Middle East?
No.
Maybe? No, USA?
The United States is the number one producer of oil.
They have also oil, no.
Bye-bye. I knew that, man.
Okay, sorry, I don't know. I know that you have oil. I didn't know you're the number one.
Yeah.
12 million barrels of oil is this thing?
I don't know what the numbers are, and I haven't checked in a year, so unless it's changed in a year, it's the U.S. But
All right.
Okay.
Going on.
But we could pump much more, eh? You could pump much more.
Yes.
What are we talking about?
Oil. Who has oil?
Are you talking about the Keystone Pipeline XL?
Well, we were just talking about, Anna was saying we're buying oil from Russia. And I don't know whether that's true or not. I don't know why we would. Because we're the number one producer of oil.
Yeah. And just another one on that is, as we know with the Nord Stream pipeline that was taken out, they're saying by Ukrainian, but nothing happens without US say so, eh? Especially when you're going into German waters, which would be an active war and doing shit like that. But yeah, it turns out that the gas the Russians were supplying to Germany, etc. Who supplied that gas then? Who had to supply that? The Americans at a very much inflated rate to the Russians from the Nord Stream. So who lost? Who lost? The Germans.
Huge. The Germans saw what happened in Fukushima, and they closed down all these nuclear power plants. Then they end up buying fucking electricity or some shit from Russia because I was like, what the hell?
No, not electricity, no. Just gas and oil.
Natural gas. Natural gas.
Yeah,
But they
and
open again these old brown coal mines that was
they
closed
opened.
down in the 90s.
yeah, they've opened them
Great.
because they got panicked by Fukushima. But it was always funny. Was it 2017 when Trump gave that statement in NATO saying the Germans? He said, I can't believe it. The Germans are buying 40% of their energy from a traditional enemy, Russia. And he said,
Yeah.
he said it's ridiculous, and they were all laughing at him in 2017. There was all these German politicians laughing at Trump. And
Yeah, 1944, 45, we were, thank goodness for Russia. From an American standpoint, from the German standpoint, that was the end of it all. Obviously, how times have changed. Really, 80 years, man, crazy. Just
I mean, they were all plotting against each other, the Allies after that. But it is a traditional enemy to Germany, and obviously,
No, Russia's not an enemy. England's an enemy. Sorry. In historical view, Russia was allied with Germany many times. Against Napoleon, the First World War, they were enemies, yes, but against Napoleon, they were together, for example. So I think that England was against Germany most of the times, yeah.
interesting.
well,
I'd like to add. I'd like to add that the term traditional enemy or historical enemy. It doesn't have to stay that way. It does not have to stay that way. But when you have leaders that are going to sit here and play politics like it's a competition for like the best in the world, like it was the Olympics. Like, hey, when two people run 100 meters, okay, I beat you, but you might have grew up together, you might have gone to the same schools, you might have got the same training. You're going to meet at all the events, you're going to shake hands and go to the same banquets. You're not enemies. You're just doing what you do best, and you do it side by side. Now, when you have leaders that say, "Hey, hate your competition, kill your competition," all that stuff, because one day we're going to take over the world. I think that sparks sentiment in people that don't do research and probably don't live their lives to think that, because they are a traditional enemy, I have to vote a certain way. Otherwise, Russia's going to take over the world, or the United States is going to take over the world. And I don't like to look at things that way. I think it does happen. It's happened historically. However, I think as a connected world as we are, it doesn't have to be that way.
Yeah, that's well said. Unfortunately, it's damn near impossible to get past the international community and just the set norms of geopolitical, existence. It just seems like we're never gonna have peace. Never gonna have fucking peace. That's for goddamn sure. Sucks because I'd love to see peaceful. Period, but we're never gonna have it, man. It's a shame.
Well, it's kind of like the fight game. If we put two people in there and watch them fight, we can bet on it. But if we watch two friends sit down and just chalk it up, it's like, well, there's no bet because they're still going to be friends when it's over.
Sure.
So nobody gets rich. Nobody gets rich off of friendship. They just have friendship, which is beautiful. But competition is it's profitable.
Yeah.
Yeah, just a quick one because we're talking about leaders again. So we don't get to hear what Putin says ever, like, because obviously Western media always knocks it back. But this is the interview he gave the other day. I think this is his words. Actually, it might not be his words, but his video's underneath. I put it in the back chat, but it says it's expected that Blinken will announce tomorrow that the US have given Ukraine the green light to strike deep into Russia using Western-made Storm Shadow missiles. This would mean NATO and the US are at war with Russia Putin explains their position here. Just put it in the back chat. It's just like, what do you expect them to do at this point?
Interesting. Storm Shadow missile is a cruise missile.
Now imagine if Russia gave to Iraq some missiles and said, you can strike the US, yeah? So
Yeah,
it's very funny how the West complains when Russia does something and the West does the same shit and it's good, you know? It's, I don't know, I'm against the war, basically. I'm against this war. I think that Russia fucked up, yeah? But basically what the West does in Ukraine is crazy because the Russians did the same, for example, with Iraq or Yugoslavia, you would go ape shit, right? You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, McGrand will remind us that when the U.S. invaded Vietnam, Russia supplied Vietnam with advanced anti-aircraft missiles and weapons, and they killed a lot of American flyers with those weapons.
You're right. My uncle, his German uncle, was in Vietnam. He's an advisor, so he also was there, and I know what you mean. It was not okay. I think they should have stayed out of it, but in the end, they were communist countries and linked together. They had agreements to do that. But does the US have agreements with Ukraine to do it? I don't know.
Well, how long does it take an agreement? It takes a second to have an agreement.
Right.
Okay, then
all that.
Right.
But that's not to say that I support this. I'm just saying I don't necessarily buy Putin's. This is war.
You're right. It's wrong. I'm against the war, as I said. But in the end, Ukraine also had some choices, right? They didn't take the choices, and so they didn't stick to the agreements.
That's
to
right.
Minsk agreements.
No, you're right. You're absolutely right.
And in the end, it ended like that, unfortunately. Yeah.
Here's what I object to. I don't see any sort of. Here's the man. I don't see any negotiations to de-escalate. That's what's missing, I think.
So last thanks. I go to the Ukrainian protest. They have one in Cardiff every Saturday, like 1 o'clock. And if I'll go there and have a look, and they have a war like memorial there, and all the way around it, there's all these like banners, and it says, genocide and all sorts of stuff. Even says that they expected bread and water, and they got Molotov cocktails instead, the Russians. But on all those signs, there must be 40. Not one of the signs talks about ceasefire or negotiations. Not fucking one. And it is, and I've been looking now for over, it's something in my brain, and I look and it's all the same signs. It's either genocide one way or they're successful the other, but they're never talking about ceasefire at all, or negotiations.
That's admirable, actually.
Hello, McGrande. You looking good? How are you?
Thank you. Good, thank you.
What's up, dog?
I wanted to comment on those missiles.
Sure. I was just reading all about them.
Hi, McGrande.
Hey, how you doing, buddy? Good to see you. Anna. Those missiles it's like I think they got like a 300-mile range. And
yeah, 340.
Yeah, they're going after initially Russian aircraft, but it looks like the Russians have pulled the aircraft out of there, so they're looking at the airfields.
Tell us the stats on it, Steve. Tell us the stats on it if you got it in front of you.
I would like to interject that everything we give to Ukraine of any kind of advanced stuff, they're all modified to be export quality stuff. In other words, it's not exact. I would assume, can't prove it, but it's not going to be exactly the same as what we have in our own supply.
It's ammunition that's going out, expired.
Well, I'm talking about advanced weapons like cruise missiles. They're gonna.
This thing can only be fired from a plane. Higher altitude is better. 340 miles range. High soil penetration and bunker penetration capabilities. 2,000 pounds of high explosive.
Whoa!
It's
a big bomb.
Yeah, you can destroy airfields, and they also can target Crimea as well.
Yeah, I mean
They can
it
take out the
goes
bridge
about
time and
Mach,
time again.
just a hair under Mach 1. 340 miles. Yeah. And it's what they call fire and forget. They pre-program this thing on the ground.
So it's GPS.
When the guy drops it out of the plane and it shoots, turns its jets on or rockets, whatever it is, it's going.
So
Unless
that's what Putin's saying. He's saying that it can't be done by Ukrainians. This has got to be done by NATO for about, because we're going to set it up and do it.
No, they've got the F-16s.
Yeah, but they've still got to be told what to do, and they've been directly supplied the weapons, haven't they? And it's going directly into Russia. It's basically it's provoking Putin again.
Well, I think Putin's been provoking the world for a number of years. As we know, this isn't the first time he invaded a former Soviet republic.
Well,
yeah, you know,
When was the other times?
yeah, if it wasn't for the CIA in
Georgia.
2014, when they put a coup through Ukraine, and that was CIA backed,
Well,
I don't think you'd be in the problems you are now.
She asked for examples.
Well, I
Yeah.
just gave you one. The CIA
Okay.
destabilized Ukraine and brought in a pro-West leader, even though a Russian supporting leader was in power.
Okay.
And that's
well,
24. It's factual.
I don't know if it was CIA or if that was an
It
internal
was CIA.
affair. But we were talking about other countries. And
Did he attack Georgia
I'm talking about
No.
Ukraine.
in the United States of America?
no,
Oh.
the other Georgia.
Yes. Georgia attacked first.
Yeah.
Because I happened to be in Moscow when it happened. By the way, 2008. It was the Olympics in China. Yeah.
And of course, we know about Chechnya.
No.
And
Just can I say a sentence?
the
Please,
flats
one
that
sentence.
blew up. The
One
flats that blew up in Moscow. We know about those.
all right, hold on.
Okay.
Let me have Anna give you a sufficient response to your
Maybe
question.
2 sentences. Sorry, I don't want to hijack this, but I was in Russia, by the way. It happened 2008 when it was the Olympics, yeah, August, and then there was TV reports on Georgia. They showed, I believe it's true because I cannot think that they faked it all, that Georgia wanted to get back these breakaway republics, Abkhazia and South Ossetia, yeah?
Ethnic
So
Russians.
Georgia actually attacked these republics, and Russia intervened, it's true.
Yeah.
But in the end, Georgia fired the first shots, so what should I say?
Well, ethnic.
Should have known
Russians.
better.
Ethnic
Fuck around, find out.
Russians. The same argument that they used in Ukraine. Same argument that Adolf Hitler used in Czechoslovakia.
No, that's different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can tell you why. But not
Do you
here.
have the
And
same
Poland
opinion
as
about
well.
going into Iraq on a lie
Yes, definitely.
and killing 500,000 civilians?
Absolutely.
It's funny to talk about Hitler.
I didn't hear
But
you
anyways.
screaming about getting Blair and Bush death sentences.
Me?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, I thought not.
That's a statement of that's a preposterous statement. You're fishing for a response.
Well, I mean, let's be honest
Strong
about it.
argument.
Let's be honest about it. We lied to go into a sovereign nation of Iraq
Definitely.
just because we didn't like him, right?
I thought there was weapons of destruction there.
Well, there wasn't, was
There
there?
was definitely weapons of destruction, but not mass
Mass
destruction.
destruction.
That was the
That's
big mass. Not
Okay,
no.
so we went into
WMDs, bruh.
we went into that country on a lie,
Yes.
and as a result, 500,000 civilians were killed.
Not only 500,000, millions of people have died as a result of that. We've destabilized the whole region.
The whole region,
Hey,
yes. But I'm just
can
talking
I-
about just that area.
I'm going to throw something really a funny tangent that's going on right now. The guy, Dick Cheney, who would seem to have had a lot of financial
Who's he back?
benefit from that. Did you hear who he just recently came out and
Yeah.
he's backing?
Harris.
Oh, wouldn't be surprised. A Bush and
Yes.
Cheney.
So
That's-
check out
Harris has the warmonger vote. That's clear.
Yeah, thank God.
check out this for bizarro world of American politics. a Kennedy is backing the Republican, and
Yeah.
Dick Cheney is backing the Democrat.
Yeah.
I
Very
mean,
true. Very
That
true.
should that
It's
should
really
tell
bizarre.
you
It's gone.
that should tell you a lot.
Yeah,
It
flipped on
shows
its head here.
it shows the danger of the God complex.
Don't talk about my orange guy like that.
Cheney's responsible for the US's actions over that period of time, and he's a total warmonger. And for him
He's
to
not. He's not just responsible for the Iraq War. He's responsible for the erosion of civil liberties in the United States
Patriot
Yeah.
Act's a perfect example.
and around the world. So it's still his effects are still being felt today. As Magrande notes, the Patriot Act is a Bush administration policy that just keeps lit, won't die.
That's right.
and you know what? That extended the ability for them to search vehicles from like 2 or 3 miles to 200 miles
from the border. Yeah.
But that's even the sea borders. That's even from this. It's not even like the Mexico or the Canadian, and it's even the east and west.
Yeah.
On the ocean, the Coast Guard's got your ass no matter what. Doesn't matter. Smoke a joint on the dock all day long. Second you get on a boat with that joint, Coast Guard comes in with like M60s and shit, dude.
Hey, dude, I actually.
The good thing about art is smoke. You can just flick it in the sea, and it's fucking gone.
I'm glad
they'll send a diver down after it.
I'm glad to know, Smokesteve, you never do anything on a boat.
I never do anything anywhere.
No,
Steve,
of course not.
I've
You don't
been
break
on-
laws. So
I've been on a
I know
Coast
that.
Guard boat carrying weed.
Uh-huh.
It was an accident, but
Oh, it was an accident.
yeah.
Tell it to the judge, McGrath.
No, it was amazing because it was we had the boat parade and they had one of their little gunboats out on the dock,
Uh-huh.
and I'm talking to the crew and the bosun mate says, "You want to come aboard? You can check it out." I'm like, yeah,
Yeah.
I'm a little
Government
kid when it
people
comes
on
to
your
that
boat.
stuff. So when I walked around the boat, they showed me the 50 caliber mounts,
You went on the Coast Guard boat. That's very
Yeah,
cool.
the little one, and
Hell
they
yeah.
got the seats, they got the cross seat belts,
Oh yeah.
for these they're like
But-
lifeboats, yeah, and like rows of these seats, and they got a 30 caliber mount in the back and a 50 on the front. It was pretty
cool
cool.
shit.
And then I get out and I think, hey, that's cool, and then I touch my pocket and I go, holy shit.
Anna thinks she has you beat.
Oh, and I've been on a Russian Coast Guard ship too, Anna, in San Francisco.
Brewskis?
Yeah,
Cool.
it was
No,
amazing.
we're not shocked by that.
Hey, commie. Fucking commie.
No, it was amazing. I'll give you a brief. I'll give you a short story. So I'm in San Francisco, and it was the anniversary of the U.S. Coast Guard. So they had a Russian Coast Guard ship. This was probably like early '90s, so it was Glasnost.
Yeah.
we were getting friendly with them. And you had a Mexican Coast Guard, an American Coast Guard ship, a Mexican Coast Guard ship, and a Russian Coast Guard ship tied up. So you could go on the American, and then you could go across a gangplank and go on the Mexican, and then you could go on the Russian. The funny thing is, you couldn't smoke a cigarette on the American one. You couldn't smoke a cigarette on the Russian one, on the Mexican one. But when you got on the Russian one, you could smoke cigarettes. They had like a cook that was like 60 years old there. It was amazing. The crew was completely different. I'm taking pictures, that's for base. Probably fine.
That is cool, man.
Yeah, it was cool.
You didn't bring weed on the Russian boat, did you?
No.
'Cause we all see what happens when you bring weed into
Yeah,
Russia.
Yeah.
America
Or you
gives
could,
up terrorists for trainee basketball players.
So you get bourbon on the American ship and tequila on the Mexican and vodka on the Russian.
I don't know, but what struck me is the ship came from help me with the pronunciation, Vladivostok, which is that far iced-in northern port in northeastern Russia. It's frozen half the year.
Murmansk.
Vladivostok, I I think.
Okay.
Okay.
Got a couple
Anyway,
of visas.
it's an Asiatic port, but the whole crew, they looked like a bunch of Aryan nation guys. I mean, they're all blonde-haired, blue-eyed guys. So the whole crew is European, which was really bizarre.
Maybe
That is-
maybe the Navy draws from I don't know, from
No, I know
Moscow. I don't know.
I know the answer.
No.
Okay.
Well, what it is, Russia's such a big place. I mean, I mean, some parts of Russia they look like they're Chinese as such. You know,
Yeah,
they look
Mongolian.
Eastern, Far Eastern.
But
And
here's
then you go to the other side, and they look like Finnish people, which
yeah,
means Swedish people,
yes,
Norway people.
yes.
So you know, that's what we're having here.
No. What it really is, it's an intentional. It was an intentional policy of the Soviet government where they would displace people. For example, you've got a lot of Ukrainians that went to Siberia. You got a lot of Siberians that went to Ukraine. You've got a lot of European Russians that were sent to Kazakhstan.
Look, I mean,
And it was, and that way, see what happens is that way, especially if they're in the military, if they're in the military, they can fire on
Yeah, but
their
you're
own
looking
people.
too deep in it. Just because the ship was
No, dude,
made in
it's not,
so and
because
so ports or based on so and
I've
so
spoken
ports.
to Russians about it, and that's
Oh,
what
yeah.
it is. It was a policy.
Yeah.
I'm trying to enlighten you, dude. Come on.
Well, no, look, like I said, Russia's a big place. Just because the
Donna.
boat is in that port, it doesn't mean that would resemble the people from that area, because the servicemen could be from Western Russia, which would have, especially if it's northern, would have closely resembled, because obviously there's a lot of cross-border mixing going on, full stop, isn't there? So, you know, people do look alike.
You're basically repeating what I said.
Well, you said it was forced.
I'm saying it's a result of policy.
The policy, right?
I'm sure you said
Policy.
the word forced.
Oh, whatever.
Semantical.
Okay, yeah, it was forced. Based under, you know. It's the way it worked, man.
I've been boarded by the coasties a few times out here in a boat. They're kind of whatever. You know, they cared about
Safety more than anything.
4 things: flares, a life jacket for every person on board, a throwable flotation device. That was a big one. That's where we missed it. He was like, "Where's your throwable?" And I'm like, "What do you mean? It's underneath in the hatch." And he's like, "Dude, keep it out on." He was real cool. He was like, "Keep it hooked right here." He hooked it up, and we've had it in the same spot ever since. Someone goes, you hit a wake, someone falls overboard. You've got to have something to throw to them immediately at hand. And the 4th thing, of course, is a fire extinguisher. You have those 4 things,
And
they're
a whistle.
done. They're gone, and
Got
they
a
don't
whistle.
they don't up here. They don't care about that. Maybe that's a kayaker thing or something. Should be.
No.
You know what else they should do?
Regular
They should
boats.
make people put permanent name, phone number, and addresses on kayaks. There's so many kayakers lost at sea. They don't know whose fucking kayak is floating around. Just whatever. Just a rant. But anyways, coasties are cool. Never had
And if you notice, they're always wearing life preservers, which is probably a good policy for a lot of people. I think, you know, because like you said, you can get thrown out of a boat very easily.
Well, I've just seen the interview with Putin saying that he's endorsing Carl Miller, and he's laughing, and the interviewer is laughing back, and the things that, you know, the tweet's basically saying that he's trolling Kamala, saying that you know, because he sees her as weak. That's what they're saying. But he is laughing, saying the statement.
Actual.
Yeah, I've seen this. It's a power move that he's pulling here. He's trying to.
He's interfering with our election again.
No, what he's doing is completely allowed. He's saying,
Absolutely.
but in much less words, if she becomes president, it would be easier for me to be who I am than if it's the other guy.
Well, I don't know.
So make her president and make my life easier.
That's
is
what you're saying?
Yes,
Well,
that's what
look
he's
at-
saying.
So it's translated his interview, but it's so, you know, obviously facial expressions, etc., give it away as well. And you know, without saying it, he's basically laughing with the interviewer. They're giggling under their mouths, like.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not saying that I had thought about this before, but like I was saying about things being a competition. If you have, you know, an athlete in a race, but direct on the race, if you could like, oh yeah, you should be coached by so and so, they're great, knowing that they're a piece of shit. Would you not want your competition when you're trying to win to be coached by a fucking bum?
Right, like the worst, the worst of the two coaches, I guess. Yeah, if
Yeah,
that's how he sees it.
Can you sort the mic out if you can? Your mic's coming in and out. I don't know if you're a little bit away from it.
I just fucked with his mic settings a little.
Right.
I think it was
He
just
muted himself. I kind of tried to switch around his mic settings,
Yeah, it was coming in and out. It was, so it was that.
but it might have been because I was playing with stuff. I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe the microphone's not
keep an eye
close
on it
enough.
then.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm going to step away for a second.
All right.
Topple, what will you just say? You said it earlier in the chat. You telling me the most important state in the country, you're going to tell me, is going to Harris?
Yes.
Why? Why do you think that?
Because it all looks the same that it was before. There's Trump signs everywhere I go. Everywhere I go. But Biden won. And then I was actually in Wilkes-Barre on Whericall. There was a lot of Harris supporters up there with New York City tags on their cars.
Huh.
They have houses down there. I'm wondering if that's a way that that Biden won Scranton last year or the last election, because there's a lot of New York residents there too.
6 months and 1 day, and you can fucking fake it, dude. That ain't a problem.
But Trump's not
To
supposed
become
to
a
take
resident.
New York, is he? Yeah.
What's that?
Trump's not supposed to take New York, is he? Though, you know.
No. But I mean, they're moved. They already know New York's blue.
But
And
Pennsylvania
this is
is the biggest swing
conspiracy.
state of
This
them
is
all.
not facts.
Yeah, Pennsylvania's the one.
This is not facts. This is not. This is.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm not trying to stir up some conspiracy. It was just kind of funny.
You would never do that.
I'll do that without correcting myself, though. I'll just let it fly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like when I see the signs and the sticker. You know, it doesn't necessarily even have to be politics. It could be, you know, your favorite college sports team, college you're alumni from, or it could be about your kids and all that stuff. Love to see it because it tells me on the back of your car, you flexing your personality. Now, me personally, I don't put anything on the back of my car. The only thing you need to know is I'm driving this car. If you've got a problem with me, you know, find me when I get out of the car, I guess.
Walk around and find out.
I don't have a lot of stickers. Not that guy.
You don't?
No, I don't. Well, it's
You
a company
don't.
vehicle.
Oh, how about the wife's car?
She's got a few.
Okay.
Mostly destinations where we've been.
Oh, okay.
Places that are memories, you know. OBX.
I was just going to say, not OBX, please.
Yeah, we got an OBX.
Oh, God.
Hey, I'll tell you this. I'm a North Carolina guy too. So.
Hell yeah, OBX is like it's like the moon. When you get out there, you're like, damn, this is it right here. It's cool, man.
I grew up in for the most, I was a military brat, so like, my mom retired, and I grew up mostly.
Mostly where?
Mostly where?
Wilmington, North Carolina.
Wilmington,
okay.
gotcha.
Oh,
Cool.
okay. I was about to say.
Wilmington, right on.
I know a famous Wilmington.
Biscuit, you want to jump on here with us, man? Give us your 2 cents.
I need a far left person. McGrandy's not doing it tonight.
Maybe McGrandy can go, polish off a 6-pack and come back. I'm kidding.
I'll trigger him now. Don't worry. I'll just.
Oh, I'm not.
Take it
No,
easy.
you don't even have to. It'll come. Hey, McGrandy. What's going on, buddy?
Here he is,
Hi,
McGrandy.
Hi, McGrandy.
McGrandy.
Is there anything you want to talk about, McGrandy? Ooh, what you have in there? Moonshine?
No, it's orange juice.
Oh.
With a wagon.
Yeah.
I swear to God.
OJ,
I'm on the
That's
wagon.
so funny, Anna.
you're on the wagon. Good for you,
I thought
buddy.
was that insane.
Clean out the old liver and kidneys. Good.
Yeah.
And yeah, there's wife's rundown of stickers. If you're interested.
I always hated putting anything on my car because it looks like, I don't know, it's
I
like
agree.
it's a pain in the ass to get off.
Always put it on the glass. You
Yeah.
can scrape it off. But
How
even
about
then,
just not put it on, right?
why be a target?
Right.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what you put on your car. Someone will be angry.
Exactly.
If you put an OBX sticker on, somebody will be angry. Believe me.
Yeah. We had a lot of boats today.
Trump boat parade?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
There was many of those off the coast here of Massachusetts over the last few months. Like I always say, go for it. More power to you, man. Do whatever. I love it. I like the fucking spirit. Go do a Kamala parade for all I care. Show your pride, man. Let's all just normalize backing a candidate and not be angry at each other about it. Fucking, it is what it is.
You know,
But there's that troll. There is that troll mentality that comes over people when they think nothing's going to happen to them, though. So,
Sure.
for instance, when you come online, it doesn't matter if you're in a chat or on a panel or you just put a opinionated video out there. You're going to have people that aren't going to get any repercussions, and they will do everything in their power to make you look stupid or to try to dox you or whatever, stuff like that. But the same thing happens in real life. Like I watched a video not too long ago about a guy. He was a New Yorker who was in Florida, and he was at the grocery store and saw a truck with a Trump sticker. So
I
he
saw that.
decided, so you know what I'm talking about. He decided to key the entire side of the truck, multiple panels, and it was on the CCTV from the grocery store. They watched the guy do it. They watched him get into his car, and the police showed up to the house that he was renting, or whatever it was, the situation.
They were from Long Island and they had bought a second home in Florida. They're doing pretty well, these people.
Right.
Now that
Second
reminds
house,
me.
vacation house, good looking
But,
couple, older, retiring, in shape.
That's what happens when you think nobody's watching. Oh, the guy's not in his truck. I'm not going to confront the guy. And all I got to do is make it just look like I'm putting my grocery cart away and walk past his truck holding my key out, thinking you're going to be all slick and stuff like that. It's the troll mentality. It exists in real life when people think there's not going to be any consequences. Like,
yeah, you're right.
I'm just going to attack this guy for a sticker. And it costs multiple $1,000s worth of damage to that truck.
Couple funny things with this. The woman had Trump stickers or "Let's Go Brandon." It triggered this guy. The truck was kind of a beater F-150, but it wasn't like a total swag truck, but it was no like $70,000 truck. But the police were like, multiple panels got scratched, ma'am. Do you want to press charges? And she's like, yes, to the fullest of the degree. So they're like, well, it's more than $1,000 damage, so now it becomes a felony.
What state
And
is that?
this is Florida.
Florida.
Okay.
They arrested him, put cuffs on him, and as he's leaving, he's giving some instructions to his wife. I have never seen a more angry woman in my life than this lady. Watching her husband get cuffed and stuffed for keying a fucking beater F-150
You
and
fucking
doing it
moron.
the whole way down the truck, man. Like, yeah,
Do you-
just
Do you know
insanity.
what city it was or county?
It was like the Keys, wasn't it? It was pretty far south, if I remember. Am I remembering that right?
Yeah, I mean,
I-
it was a long driveway, and it looked like a cool like house that they got. It's almost like dude like made it that far in life to have two houses, and he goes and does like literally the stupidest possible fucking thing
Yeah.
you could imagine.
That
Like,
reminds-
like you said, untrackable. Like, what was his lapse of judgment to all of a sudden?
He's just an entitled dick.
Steve,
Crazy.
I seen a video this week with some Israelis protesting on one side of the road, and then this chap, obviously he's a little bit unstable.
Oh, it happened in Massachusetts.
He went across the road
Yeah,
and
dude.
basically jumped on this like 50-year-old guy, and
Got one in the stomach.
he got one in the gut. He did, and yeah, they've arrested the guy. He's 47. The guy that shot him as well. Hopefully that will change in the next like 24 hours. But I don't know. Really, it depends what state it is, doesn't it? But
It's Massachusetts, so he's probably locked up.
Yeah.
No, I don't know. The DA might drop charges. Yeah, and he
Have
should
you-
get
have you seen the clip?
compensation for being in jail. Yeah, I have.
Yeah, I mean, fuck me. The guy was if that's obviously if he's lawfully carrying.
What was his life in danger? Was his life in danger?
Yeah, you see the clip. I'd say fucking yeah.
How's
Well,
his life in danger?
Was the guy killed?
Yeah,
No.
the guy got a guy.
No, he
might
wasn't
have a
killed.
gun. Yeah,
No,
but he
he's
can-
severely injured. Cut like 5 inches north of where he hit him was his heart. So he hit him in a pretty rough spot.
but
Probably
the
a 9mm. I mean,
The
the
bottom
dude's
line,
fucked
the
up.
bottom line is he could have had a knife, he could have had a bomb, he could have had a fucking gun.
Oh,
As
come
far as
on.
the guy ran across the road full pace, just walking one minute. They had a little like shout at each other, like through 5 seconds, and the guy just ran across the road full power and like rugby tackled him.
It
And then
depends on the
arrested on the
DA at that location because was there enough evidence that his life was at risk?
Do you want to see the video?
I saw the
Well-
video. I already know what you're talking about.
Dude, he could have ended up like Tuamaya Talongaloa or whatever the fuck that guy's name is.
Yo, he has a family, Steve.
He could have ended up in the Fenton pose, knocked unconscious from this fucking guy, right? Doing the
Don't make fun of concussions. They're serious.
I did want to bring up one thing. On 9/11, Biden put on a Trump hat to
I
show
saw that.
solidarity with
Who cares?
on 9/11. I thought that was a gesture that he didn't have to make. That was a very good gesture.
I thought it was funny. Just funny. Not politically.
So you believe the narrative, do you? You don't think he was sticking 2 fingers at Camilla, do you? Because he's pissed off.
No, I don't.
Okay.
I don't doubt that he has not as in. I mean, he did endorse her, which launched her candidacy. So
And you
Here's a
believe
question
he-
for you
believe
guys.
he endorsed that?
What do you think?
oh, I think
Sweet
that's a
one.
terrible idea. We have one.
That's stupid. That's stupid.
We had a
Welsh-
business. We had a business here that did that for years, and they finally stopped doing it.
Welshman, my wife is asking, what do you think about businesses displaying political views via flags, etc.?
Well, flags, what? The United States of America flag?
So a
No.
No,
private-
like Trump.
You mean they're making
okay,
political?
a private company is free to do whatever it wants to do.
I know they're free. They can do it.
Yeah, so that's my opinion on that. So if it's any state building, office, then there should be zero.
Yeah, but I guess what she's asking
Fucking
is it a smart business move?
Oh, is it? a
Depends
smart
on where you
business?
are. Depends on where you are too.
I would suggest that, well, if it's not a smart business move, then you've got to answer to your shareholders and the partners in the business, isn't you? But
I'll go even
it's
farther.
up to the business. It's up to the business.
I'll say it's bad for America. It just
I would add that
more division.
It's called freedom.
As a consumer, and like I said, I keep my thinking kind of small, to where if I find the best bagel place in town that fits my needs and price point and distance from my house and all this stuff, and I love this bagel place, but then an election year comes around and they fly, one or the other.
Right.
Let's just say because you see a lot more flags. Let's just say they put up a Trump thing.
Yep.
I don't, I've been voting for this bagel place with my money because they
Sure.
give a good product. That sign is just, it might give me a little click in the back of my head to be like, okay, let's go in, get our bagels, enjoy breakfast, and move on.
Right.
Or if I do have to interact with, like a stranger, make small talk, but don't let it go too far, like ideologically. Let's just say your personal opinion clashes with that flag, even though you love this bagel place. Because I think if that flag were to say, I've been coming here for 2 years, and then it's an election year, and you put up a Trump flag, and all of a sudden be like, well, I'm not going there. Well, I'm cheating myself out of the best bagel place that I've found.
Sure.
But at the same time, I have to be mindful of myself and be like, okay, where am I?
The quality of the bagel outweighs the political viewpoint of the owner, which I agree with.
I think there's another way.
Bagel, I'm not going elsewhere. I don't care what fucking flag they have. I want that bagel.
I think there's another way to look at it. And the way I would look at it, and the reason why I think this is a bad idea and bad for America, is it's the business owner saying, if he's flying a Trump flag, he's saying, okay, Democrats, I don't want your business. You're not welcome here. That's the way I might view it.
I agree with you. It's not good for the country and the homogenous way.
Right, I don't want to eat in a Republican establishments or all Democrat establishments.
It's freedom. It's freedom.
No, I'm not arguing that it should be outlawed. I'm not saying it should be outlawed. I'm just saying
I agree. And the reality is freedom has consequences.
Yeah.
And does it make sense as well? Like if you're a business and I like the bagel shop analogy, and you're trying to get people that do the same thing at the same place at the same time, as many of them within your funnel that you can get. If you put up certain things, and it doesn't even have to be political. Like you could put your favorite band on poster on the front window, but some people might be like, oh, this is a rock and roll type of place, or oh, this is like an indie type of place. Some people go to, it's like the indie crowd, I guess, the niche.
Yeah,
it's stereotypical. It's like, if you sign a big deal, I'm not going there because you sold out. Well, same thing with the bagel shop. If you flex your opinion, I would rather have customers of all opinions, and their opinion is they want to eat my bagels.
Right.
Not, hey, Republicans eat my bagels. Trumpers, MAGAs eat my bagels. Harris, Democrats, liberals eat my bagels. No, I want everybody to eat my bagels. I want my bagels worldwide. I want China to eat my bagels. You hear me?
Right. Yeah, I mean, I often see this one van I see drive when I'm commuting to work that has a ton of Trump swag on it. and I know it's a contractor. So like when he gets to a customer's house who he's going to go and give an estimate to, let's say a $30,000 deck or something, you know, we're talking serious money. If that person doesn't like those Trump flags, they're probably not going to hire him.
Yeah.
I don't care if he's fucking Norm
but
from this old
sure.
house. He ain't going to get hired with those flags.
Yeah, but,
you
yeah,
know?
but Steve, he's a capitalist, yeah. So he would have noticed. I agree with you. I agree with you. But surely he would have noticed in a very short time that it would be costing him money because he wouldn't be getting them. So somehow around that area, around those clients, it's actually working. Otherwise, he'd pull it down. Guaranteed.
Look at it like this too, from customer to business. Let's say you look up and you find a good, plumber, right? And let's say you're a Harris supporter, and you got that Harris sign, the little cheap ass signs that people put in their front yard with somebody's name on it. You've got that posted proudly in your front yard, and you're flying the American flag. And you get this plumber, and the plumber pulls up, and he's got 2 stickers on the back of his van, one on each window, an American flag and a Trump sticker. Are you going to judge that person by how rated they were when you found them online? Or are you going to judge that person, think that they're going to mess with your stuff because you got a Harris sign? Or are you that bad of a business that you're going to see a differing, a dissenting opinion from your own, and you're going to treat them different? I think it's the micro interactions of people. They're kind of, I believe, sometimes in the worst cases of humanity, that they are influenced by the superficial that's in the ether, rather than I'm here to fix your plumbing. I don't care. I don't even care if you have no problem and you keep calling me saying there's a problem. I'm coming out here to make sure that there's not a problem and do a good job.
Right. And then there's another aspect of it. Just because this guy has the flags, does that mean if the woman or man says, well, I'm not hiring him, calls another plumber, the next guy shows up flagless, right? Do they then hold him at the door and say, okay, who are you endorsing for president? I don't see a flag, so I need to know. Because if I find out it's one thing, then I'm not going to hire you. So, of course, nobody's going to do that. So the flags are inconsequential, and the work should be the only thing that this person's judged for: their merit, their plumbing ability, or whatever the trade.
But I think what he's saying, and I agree with him. But I would say in select cases when tradesmen, like you said, you see him with a Trump flag in his wagon, I bet he's like a 1-man, 2-man, 3-man business. He's happy. He's not going to he doesn't want to get any bigger. He makes good money. He's got about a 6 months waiting list. And he keeps on getting good referrals from Trump supporters. They refer him to another Trump supporter. So maybe he's just sort of isolated the market quite well for himself. Obviously, it's a corporate business, so only businesses, trying to go statewide and all that supported anyway, including the LGBT 4K people, is a bad idea.
That's funny, 4K. Now they're high def too? Jesus. People get everything.
Got to cover all bases,
And I'll tell you guys too, like me personally, I love the United States of America. I love the way that I was raised, every step of the way, the pluses and the minuses. I love our flag and what it represents. I don't, except for like in a video game when you can put stuff on you. I don't have a flag on my house. I don't have a flag on my car. I don't have a flag garage, but I love it. It's like it's tattooed on my heart. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I kind of stay away from the political divide. And I meet people, and I don't care what your opinion is. I'd love to hear it, and that's how I live my life, and that's how I get along.
What does this flag represent?
Process.
What does this flag represent for you, though? Because
What's
I hear
that?
a lot of Americans, but no one tells me what the flag actually means to them. So what does it represent for you?
We got some really.
It's it has evolved because it used to be the British flag, and then that changed, and more of the pieces that separated came together, and they had what was the Betsy Ross flag, and every step of the way, the flag has changed with not in color, but in stripes and stars, and progress. It comes from, I think it comes from an ideological standpoint, not a forceful standpoint. And it's the people within, not, again, what I stay away from is that superficial.
Do you guys
Is
notice? Do you guys notice that a lot of the MAGA
You
crowd,
need to sort your mic out, by the
they
way.
actually
You
fly
really do.
an altered American flag?
What?
It's altered. The colors are different.
Is it a rainbow?
No, it's not a rainbow.
I'm sorry. I'm getting those two confused between the parties.
No,
Yeah.
what I'm saying is
Can the chap sort his mic out as well? It is really bad, Steve. I'm struggling to hear him.
Well, I
In
think
and out.
we've.
It's his end, not your end. So I don't know if he's a little bit away from it, or it's a Wi-Fi, or
it's the Wi-Fi, it's the feed, man.
Bluetooth headphones, or something. Either way, something's wrong.
Also, I heard there's a candidate that made the glass or where the whole flag a rainbow too. I think Last Dance knows about him.
Yeah, flags. Maybe we put too much stock in flags.
Well, I like what they represent, but at the same time, I think I've looked it up enough times that, like, flag code, it really only applies to official building, official uniforms and such. Like, it's not against the law to burn a flag. It's not against the law to change the flag. If it's your personal use, you can do whatever the hell you want with it.
No, actually, it's against the law to alter the U.S. flag, and that's the point I was trying to make. That the MAGA folk have altered the U.S. flag. They fly an altered flag. It has a different color scheme in the bottom.
It's not official use.
I don't know.
So, Grant, have you ever heard of the First Amendment?
Yes.
It's not against the law to alter a flag.
All right. I'm gonna.
Thank you.
I'm gonna feed that to you.
Well played, Last Dance. I was just trying to pitch that response, but you got there perfectly. Ever heard of the First Amendment?
I'll say this: even the military alters the flag when they created the subdued flag. And
What flag?
It's called subdued, altered colors. It also known as kind of like battle flag.
Yeah, I'm not. Can you try and work on your mic? I know I'm keep on mentioning it, but it's not just me not hearing you. It just comes in and out. I don't know if you can.
Does he know you're talking to him?
Well, hopefully.
It's untrackable. Your mic makes your voice come in and out. Now, I don't know if exactly how to fix that because it's your mic.
I would say shut off that automatically adjust mic volume in your audio. Yeah, let's try that, and we're going to kick your volume up to 154. Wait, you moved it back.
Otherwise, normally the best option I find is to leave and then come back.
Kill the echo.
Turn your cam off if it's a
Yeah, if it's a poor connection, turn your camera off.
Let's shut off everything right now. So we're gonna keep you clean, no anything, and let's try that.
Is that a Dodge Viper?
You're right. It's a policy. It's not a law. There is a law, but that's about defacing it. I mean, like damaging and stomping on it.
Let's get him up a little.
That's only allowed in America.
Can you give us a microphone check? You've been to a show before. Just
check. Go on.
Go through. Yeah.
Can you guys hear me?
Same problem.
No. Same problem. So it's not your.
It's the feed.
Yeah, so the other one to do would be to leave, but just come straight back. Double
Yeah,
tap
try
it,
that.
and just come back.
Yeah.
Back in 30 seconds.
We'll let you back in, I promise.
Yeah, the AI ship says echo cancellation, and
It's not that, Steve. It's not that.
it's
It
not
really isn't.
that.
We all know echo cancellation because you and your fans in the background. As soon as you put that accent, it's like we're all like, "Wow, look at the fucking noise difference! It's fucking amazing."
Yeah, it's fucking fancy.
Thanks, Topple.
Yes.
They're almost amplified because when I hear it, when I'm listening to my guitar parts back, I'm like, holy
What
shit,
a-
the fucking
Man,
fans
takes
are
me
loud.
brain, man.
What do you got?
Have you got the echo cancellation on now?
Me?
I could burp
Yeah,
a
you.
lot. I won't.
I hear the fans. Somebody's fans.
Yeah, I can hear
My air
fans
conditioner
going,
just
Steve.
turned on.
I've got a window open.
Yeah, we'll put
Yeah, it's I hear it too, so it's not mine.
There might be
Well,
traffic.
Not me, man.
I know how to do this. We'll just mute. Yeah, it's
Yep.
McGran.
Yep.
Okay,
Of course it's him. Where is
Okay, McGrande, go in your options and put echo cancellation on, and it'll stop.
I can do it. I can do it for him. I'll do it for you, buddy.
Well, it's not echo, it's background noise. That you need.
Check out his bank account while you're in there, Smokesteve.
Yeah. Add something to it.
Hey, I'll try it like this before
There we go.
I.
There we go.
so
Look at
that-
that now. Look at that now.
Lot better. Cleaned up.
The accent.
So McGrande will just tell the people downstairs, in the street to make more noise.
Right.
No, I'm next to a drawbridge, so I mean I don't even hear it anymore.
Do you have to pull on the string every once in a while?
No, the drawbridge has the grating, so the tire noise going over the grating.
I was
Have
actually.
you ever tried to jump it on your 10-speed that you say you ride?
No, but dude,
Did I show you guys the video of the?
I stay off the grating.
Have you finished your vodka orange drink there?
Have we let the guy back in?
Yeah, he's back.
I let the ice melt up.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah,
He hasn't talked, though, so we can't hear if it's any better.
Yeah, give us a mic check if you want, mate.
Yeah, how does my mic sound now? I haven't touched any.
Wow.
Oh, well, I think it did tail
It was
off.
good until the end, then it kind of cut out.
You know what? It's
Just say one word answers. Can you sign? Can you sign?
Wait. Didn't it come back then or not?
Sounding better. I don't know.
Well,
Let's not focus on it.
Gang signs. He's a
You
crip.
just talk, and we'll do the best we can to hear.
That's right.
He's gonna start crip walking.
If you talk,
So what have you guys been
very
talking
slow-
about? What have you guys been talking
We've
about?
mainly
here
been
tonight?
talking about you.
Well,
I knew it.
Bad mouthing you the whole time.
I
we
knew
did
it.
some debate talk. Did you watch it?
I did watch most. I think most of it. Yeah. I mean, I was
So-
probably on my phone, so I only paid attention a little bit. But
So if
Really? You guys didn't have it on the big screen? Popcorn? Stuff? Tenders?
No,
Whatever? I
we
don't
didn't
know.
have like a potluck. Everybody come over to my house type of night with it. If that's what you're asking.
if
Well,
you're
no.
walking in the woods, what would be more scary to walk into, another man or a bear?
I
Who
mean,
you
probably a
asking?
bear.
A bear? Okay.
Yeah. Why?
Nothing.
Is it like another man?
No, it's a woman.
Like is he got?
That's what women are being. Women.
Like, has he
some
got a
women-
raging heart on and his pants are down by his ankles? Because
I was
that might
just saying.
change my opinion.
It sounded like a porno
It's
script.
a podcast question. It's from Whatever podcast where they say, if you're in the woods, what would you want to meet? A male or a bear? And all these stupid feminists go, bear.
Oh,
Bears.
I
probably
see.
kill more.
I see your
people
angle,
than-
Topple. You jack.
I'm not calling you a girl. I haven't seen you in a while. How you been, AFAD?
I'll be good, man. Busy. It seems like I'm always got something going on. I mean, even tonight, my son's like, "Oh, come on, don't you want to do a bonfire and roast marshmallows?" And I'm like, "Ah,
Such a bad dad.
maybe a little bit later."
Horrible father.
I know. I've been with him all day though. We've done a lot of stuff.
Well, I mean, yeah. There you go.
But he's 15. I mean, it's I know
He doesn't
any day
really
now.
want to. He doesn't really want to.
Any
all the
day.
time.
You only got
He's-
2 more years with him until he
I
doesn't
know,
want no
man.
parts of you.
So it's hard for me to look at him and be like, no, I'm gonna do something else for a little while.
When he gets that license, he's gone.
He can get his permit, and he's not really motivated to like get it at all.
Oh, really?
He hasn't
That's
even
always
really
fun.
opened up. We got him the book for his 15th birthday, and he hasn't even touched it.
Yeah, well, that's all. It's good stuff. Well, I want to get back to this bear question thing. This guy, all right.
Yeah, let's talk
Let me
about
just
more
say
relevant
something
stuff.
about this. And when I heard this question, I was offended as a man because what it comes down to is
They're just so dumb, mate. They're just
if I was there and there was a woman there and a bear, the funny thing is, yeah, call me crazy. I'd put myself between the woman and the bear. I'd fucking fight because I know I'm going to do.
You'd have to.
I'm going to do better than it. But like they're saying they would choose the bear to be there because they're so threatened by any man in general is highly offensive to men because most of us men are there to fucking help the world, to defend people who are innocent, who are weaker than us. That's the point of a man, you know? And
You'd
guys
have to
who don't
think-
get that aren't really fucking men. You know?
Your wife does not agree with you. Your wife does not agree with you.
So this was said
We don't get it.
yeah, this question was posed on the
What are you
WhatsApp
talking
podcast on YouTube. And what
Oh.
they did is what the guy did after all the stupid women said the bear, he got the photos of the guy that got fucking clawed to death. He spent like a summer or two with the bears. And
Timothy
he went-
Treadwell. Timothy
Yeah,
Treadwell.
Treadwell, that's right.
Yeah, and basically he just showed them like that one and a couple of other.
He was
bear
so
attacks.
smart.
But
He didn't just get himself killed. He got his
He got his
girlfriend
missus.
killed as well.
That's
Yeah.
true. That's
His
true.
wife.
He did.
So he showed the photos to these feminists, and they were like, and he goes, yeah, basically he got skinned by with one strike. It was like all the way down the body. It's like the whole fucking hand, like each claw, and they just.
Well,
sat
I
there.
guess when the airplane guy came in to pick them because they were supposed to get picked up, or she was supposed to get picked up. And they came in like the pilot could see over the camp, and I guess the bear was like just shredding intestines and brain matter and stuff when it flew
Eating
over.
Well,
her. He was
saw
eating her. It had already eaten a lot of the good parts out of him.
He saw the bear ripping at a rib cage.
Mm.
That's what he saw from the
Was
So
that-
flame.
you remember
that
the
the-
details a little better than I did, actually.
Yeah.
Was that the bear whisperer?
Yeah.
So
Now,
he thought,
if you watch that movie, there's a part where there's a stream coming into a bigger stream, and salmon are buzzing up this littler stream, and a bear walks right in front of him, and he puts his hand out and touches the bear. He was so close to losing his life at that moment.
Yeah. you
And
would
then
think so.
shortly thereafter came the end of the video. Fucking unbelievable. You know, when you're watching it, you're like thinking, this guy, he's going to die. And of course, he did die.
Yeah.
He was way too close. Guys who are that close to a bear have, at the minimum, a 10 millimeter pistol ready, pointed at the bear, and he's there with his fucking hand in the flower.
But no one gets that close to a bear. They get spooked, don't they? The bear wanders up and they don't realize. And all of a sudden, there's a bear like 10 foot from him. And it's like no one actually aims to get that close.
The environment,
No.
he was in an area that was just loaded with bears. So that was
Yeah,
basically
but
bear
that
country.
was his point, wasn't it? His whole point was to get as close as he can.
No.
I think he could,
to be fair, those are grizzly bears. Those are most the biggest population is near black bears, which are smaller bears, although they're no joke.
Yeah, Ursus americanus, the North American black bear. They're a pretty serious predator.
Yeah, you don't want to. You don't want to go slapping that bear in the face just for. They do
Now-
kill people, although it's much rarer.
What do they
shoot 'em up.
call what is the Latin name for the grizzly bear? Anybody?
Horribilis?
Yes, I mean the name alone should give it away.
Racist, horriblest.
Remember that
Look at you
viral?
guys.
What about the Kodiak bear?
Do you remember
Same,
that
it's
viral?
a grizzly.
a subspecies.
Yeah.
Wow.
Do you remember that
You guys are
viral
so
hit where
smart.
the bear was chasing a skier? It was actually. Do you remember it? It was a big.
Yeah.
She was. That was actually fake.
Yeah, that was fake.
It's crazy, but it was sadly. It was so realistic, wasn't it?
Yeah, really well done.
But there are other videos. In fact, there's a photographer in Alaska who got mauled by a bear. As he took the pictures of the bear coming in towards him, he thought it was a bluff charge. He had a 44 on his hip that he never pulled, and he got mauled and killed.
Did he die?
Yeah, and the photographs are a bear at 100 meters, 25, 10, 2 feet. and that's it. He's fucking.
Gotta get the shot.
I see mountain bikers going downhill sometimes through the woods, and they're on the old GoPro, and all of a sudden there's a bear chasing after them.
Yeah.
I've
Again,
seen
I
that
think
a few
those are
times.
the same as the skier video. A lot of those are AI fake.
No, well, I didn't think the snow one was fake, mind you, but so I could be wrong.
Well,
But I suppose it's more likely you would spook a bear because you're traveling like 20, 30, 40, a decent down. All of a sudden you spook a bear, don't you?
you know what the crazy thing is? In California, the really good sized mountain lions, they're finding they're stalking bike riders in like the hills outside of LA. Now, they've killed some people. It's fucked up, man. You know, these canyons out in Cali were the perfect ground for them, and now they're building. Obviously, that urban sprawl out there is insane.
Have you seen?
If you've seen any of these, hold on one second. Like Nature or one of the really great shows on PBS, they put these tracking collars on these things, and they're going through people's yards and shit when there's kids outside. Like they are living right there with people, and they barely ever get seen. You know, that's nature. I had a black bear in the driveway a few years ago, so I'm not exactly in the middle of nowhere. They're just here now. They're in Massachusetts.
Hey, can I add something about what's even led us here is that question of the man versus the bear. Look at where you're at, because if you stay around humankind, you will have the humankind defenses. You'll have buildings. You'll have other people. You'll have, more infrastructure to deal with. You'll have somebody you can call. Maybe a good citizen has a big ass gun on his hip, something like that. Where you run into a bear and it's like, okay, I'm good. I'm surrounded by people and I can run in this building and close the door and then run out the back door if I need to, hop in a car, hit the gas, get away, whatever. But you go to the bears world, they don't live like we do. They have seasonal movements, which can be predicted, but they don't walk hand in hand. Like only the cubs, follow the mama. Otherwise, they keep their distance because there's not enough food that they can get a hold of within a certain range of another bear. You know what I mean? So the adults, they only get together during mating season. So if you take yourself out there into the woods, no, you're not going to see it, and you're going to enjoy your time, and you're not going to see it, and you're not going to see it. But when you do, just know you are the biggest meal in town, and they can run you down.
Oh, hell yeah.
That reminds me of the joke. You're with your buddy, and he says, do you think we can outrun a bear? And you look at him and you say, all I have to do is outrun you.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Close enough.
Yeah,
I'm going to go ahead and open up my YouTube, mute it, and pin the link.
Hey, what
in
is
YouTube chat.
Oh, you
Missed
broke up
that,
there a
buddy.
little.
Start that again.
I said, was my audio good?
It was until you asked.
You know what? It's doing better. Let's just say that.
You know what it is? I feel like you have some kind of a noise gate thing going on. If any other noise is happening, like somebody else says anything, it shuts your mic off. And then, like, once we get quiet, your mic's fine, as long as nobody else makes a peep.
Yeah.
So stop talking, Last Dance.
Yes, what you're saying is his mic is easy to cut off, so it just he shuts down. Like our mics, they argue with each other. You know, they don't go up to that.
Exactly. Ours stay on. His might, I think it's called the noise gate. It has some kind of a sensor that shuts, or I don't know.
It's like a canceling feature on a speakerphone.
Bingo.
I can say I am on my phone. I'm not on a computer.
Oh.
That's what it is.
You got earbuds with the mic?
No.
That's
all right, buddy.
But
That's
it's
great
clear.
audio.
It's much clearer than it was. So
yeah, you got a nice beard there. Untrackable.
Don't go off
like
page and go to Twitter and start searching through Twitter, because that'll make the audio bad, most probably your connection bad. Stay on the Streamlabs page. It'll just stay like it is.
It picked up a few new viewers here. Libertarian minded. Welcome. That's awesome.
They're from the other Discord.
Ice cream. Hello. That's great. Great to see you.
Libertarian has been following me and other people similar to me for many years.
Phony Montana in the green room. Don't know who you are.
It's Tony's brother.
That looks like a video, and I will not be opening that.
Oh, come on. We need some.
Come on, man. It's been a while since we got bombed.
I'll have my finger on the button.
You ruin it every time. Every time.
I too am suspicious.
Yeah.
Alarms.
Right, exactly.
They like ice cream.
It's Crankle. It is. It's Crankle.
Oh yeah.
I think so. I actually think that's a picture of him. That's him in the video. Yeah,
I don't know.
He disappeared.
Hey, you guys want to see something else?
What you got? What?
What
is that a tattoo, or is it just really thin? Are you just look? Are you just look like the rest of? Did you tattoo male pattern baldness on your head? Because
yes, I did.
If so, you did a great job. You should have
there's
tipped
a
him.
couple other guys with hats on in here. Why don't you guys take your hats off? Hey, baldness!
Yeah.
Oh yeah, my boys. There you go.
Since I've been 16.
Wow.
Oh, look, Last Dance is he's got
Since you've been 16,
a little
not bad.
red spot.
Yeah, I was bad.
Yeah. You know, I never knew I had that because it's right like on the top there, so I never saw it.
Yeah.
You got sunburned?
I got sunburned. And I said, what the hell happened? And my wife said, that's your bald spot. I said, what bald spot?
Yeah.
So I got like two mirrors, and I was like, what the fuck? How did that happen?
Just imagine when you're 17 and that happens to you.
All right.
Oh.
I was like, what the fuck is this?
You know, it's funny. I live on the 10th floor, so I look down, and I call that pattern, I call it the LZ. Because when you're like 10 floors up and you look down and you see somebody walking around and they have a bald spot in the back there, it's like so discernible. It's like if you're in a helicopter, you got to land a helicopter, you know?
Yeah, make fun of our
the LZ pattern.
baldness.
What happened to Based?
Based is, I think, in the green room. Turn your camera on, dude.
No, it's Crippo or whatever you guys call that person.
Film. Angle it down at your face, man. You're fucking filming this. There you go. Okay, good enough.
There's that beauty.
I saw him. His eyes are completely shut, but he's still
Nobody's
awake.
Nobody's gonna fake Based.
Crankle will.
Yeah.
He was just in the green room.
I've met Crinkle before.
Oh my God, you know Crankle.
What is this?
I'm not gonna say I know him. I've been in rooms where he's been in. I've been on his channel, not on his panel, but on his channel.
What's this, a YouTube thing?
Well, what he does here, I'll tell you what he does here. He comes on, and then he starts streaming gay porn without warning. So
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of funny. I really don't give a shit, but it could get the whole thing canceled.
Yeah.
And I'm just here to have a few drinks and have a few laughs.
YouTube will punish us, which is what he's intending.
Yeah.
So I
So
think he's a
you're
bad
all
man.
for the videos. It's just you don't want to risk getting canceled.
Yeah, the
Well,
consequences.
yeah. If this was private, I would say, all right, we
Yes,
can all do one porno an hour or something. But it's
Whoa,
not private.
what?
You can have a spicy video in the thumbnail, and you can just like do like a 5-second repeat every hour.
We're
But,
all
yeah.
adults, but it ain't. There could be anybody watching this. Every time I go to edit my videos after the fact, YouTube immediately throws up. In order to edit this video, you have to decide if this is appropriate for children. And I'm
What?
like, fuck it. I'm not going to edit the video because.
Well, that's just if you want, we're called revenue, wherever the hell it is.
Right. So if I don't answer that, I'll never get. They're never going to give me revenue. I've never had revenue. What am I going to get? You know?
We need a Smokesteve X show.
You can get where they can donate.
Now, I mean, I've heard of people having links to Amazon in their description, and then whatever products they endorse that you buy through their Amazon link, you can make money off of. But that's not what I'm about, you know.
Did you guys watch any documentaries on 9/11 this week?
What?
I did not.
Yeah.
What are we going to learn that we don't already know?
I watched some Instagram
I'm talking about the
videos.
depressing ones where it goes through the timeline, so you can.
Oh.
Frontline had the best
Why
one.
would you watch that again?
Watch it because I watch it every year. That's why.
Oh, man.
I watched Zeitgeist again for the 50th time.
What?
Zeitgeist. I'm sure you
Never
guys have
heard of
all
it.
seen it.
I've
Yeah,
seen it,
yeah,
but I
look
can't
up.
really even remember much about it, to be honest with you.
Okay. It was interesting with regards to 9/11.
I feel like I was like kind of like,
Was that Steve? Was that the one that said that the attack on the Pentagon was a missile because they couldn't find any engines and stuff in the debris?
Yeah, so that's the one that always blows the red flags for me. You know, how can you actually land a plane on the first floor of a Pentagon building which only has 5 floors? There's a flyover in front of him. Remember, they never landed a plane; they just cruised it in this. They cruised a Cessna, for fuck's sake. It's the fucking. I mean, they said expert pilots said that they wouldn't be able to like get it down into that position. To land
Every
that.
expert pilot said that, or just like a...
Yeah. I mean, if you, why don't you have a look for the architects in 9/11? That's another good one.
But I've heard expert pilots say that it's not that hard at all, especially if you've had some training. And
I would love to. Do you know what? I'll call you on that. Can I see a receipt on that last time? Because I mean, this is literally a pin.
Okay, I will.
It's a pin drop. It's a pin drop.
No, the real question is these expert pilots, what stickers did they have on the back of their cars?
There we go. That's what matters.
Or the back of their planes.
Hello, William, in the chat. That's life, but not as we know it. Big up.
One of them dropped about 10,000 feet to hit one of the towers, and you can see it in the background drop right down.
Yeah, I mean,
and
they're
good.
They're piloting.
Really good, weren't they?
Are you saying that was a missile that hit the tower?
No, he's saying it was good piloting.
No, I'd like to hear what Based has to say.
Well,
you know how to the autopilot. You just program in the height, the altitude, and hit the button.
I don't think they were on autopilot.
Well,
bro.
the conspiracy people out there either believe it's a missile or it's been like you said, autopiloted in.
Hey,
why would the
I got-
conspiracy have an airplane crash into the towers, but not have an airplane crash into the Pentagon?
Well, you've got to ask yourself as well, where do the people go? Where do the planes land? You know, if it's all, I mean, there's so many like questions out there, but it
Where did the planes go?
all
Right.
comes down to a person that crews the Cessna has managed to get a big fucking passenger jet into a 5-story building in the middle of a city. That's what it comes down to.
The Pentagon is not in the middle of a city.
It doesn't really matter where it is. It's a 5-story building.
I can say this, and that is, there was an
seats.
instance a while back. I think it was in Seattle. One of the crew, like the grounds crew guys, got into a plane, took off, and he maintained was it Alaska? And he maintained communication with the tower, and he basically was like, "Yeah, I'm off my lid. I just want to have some fun. I learned how to play through video games."
Sky King.
Oh,
Sky King.
Sky King, dude. He's a legend.
It was a Seattle.
Nobody loves Sky King.
So you understand now, like so if you understand
him and Leroy Jenkins.
You understand just like GPS can be wrong. You know, it might not be updated, or there might not be a sensor, or it might not be a recognizable thing on GPS, but it's still physically there.
Yeah, but you can't.
And it could cause an accident. But through Sky King and probably 9/11 as well, the intent of the pilot, a skilled pilot understanding their craft, they could put it on a dime if they wanted.
But they never landed a plane.
And they still haven't.
This is quite retarded to say that. It's a 5-story building.
Well, I mean, they're.
So what are you trying to say?
I don't see anything.
The Pentagon.
What, I don't personally see.
There was no seats. There was no engines.
I've got another. Let me tell you this.
And there's always seats and engines. Always.
They did find an engine. One engine. Go ahead, Last Dance.
What happened to the other 2 or 3? They just disintegrate into dust.
Even if you fire a missile, it still isn't going to be going to the first floor. It's just going to hit the building.
Excuse me.
So what's your point?
Yeah, I don't see it.
The first floor thing is a red herring.
Well, no, yeah, you've landed a plane. You've landed a plane, literally on the first floor of the Pentagon. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
It's not landing it. They hit it at high speed. Landing requires
they were going like
slow down and have
450 miles an hour.
Okay,
They were going
I'll
really
explain
fast.
I'll explain it differently. They actually made contact with the Pentagon on the first floor with a passenger jet. How's that?
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. It's not unbelievable to think that they did that. Is that your implication here? That they did was some feat of piloting that they weren't capable of?
It's not even a discussion whether it was a feat. It was an amazing feat for a pilot that's never landed a plane. It doesn't even matter whether it was a registered pilot with thousands of hours service. They've given their testimony saying this would be nigh on impossible because of the layouts. There's flyovers there. There was pylons there.
No.
To miss the pylons, even to miss the pylons was the pylons. You know electric pylons. You have electric pylons on school roads in America.
Electric
pylons. He's talking about the light poles.
Poles with wires.
Oh, the light poles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Electric pythons?
First of all, let me just we always based on I always get it in this fight. Let me just say the fact that they hit the first floor doesn't mean they were aiming for the first floor. They were just trying to hit the building.
Not only that,
I'm just saying, the irony of it.
Just the size of the aircraft, the impact would have been sustained by more than one floor.
Right, exactly. It would.
Sure.
I would say that I could.
How big's the plane, man?
So the plane was level. The if you look at the photos, bring them up, Steve. The plane was dead level when it hit the Pentagon.
Bring what up? Photos?
What about
You
the
can bring the
what
one
about the
photo.
one that crashed out in the middle of the field? Was that one fake too?
Well,
Now, when
I
you
mean,
if
that
you
was
actually
Well,
have
no,
a
I want to
plane,
know.
it's not-
I want to know.
okay,
Was it fake?
okay. So that's flight. Is that flight 93? If I remember right, is that flight 93?
That is 93.
Okay, put flight 93 and put aerial photos of flight 93, and just try and find me seats and engines, just the simple shit you would see, you know.
I mean,
I got to tell you this, Base. We had an Eastern Airlines jet go down in the Everglades. They could not find it.
Yeah, this went down in a fucking wood.
I'm just saying, it hit the ground. They have.
Yeah, but the Everglades is that is the
I think
swampiest fucking swamp in the history of swamps.
Based, I
That's
think
the
you're
place.
mistaken, like planes that take off from an airport and crash that are not going nearly as fast as one going straight.
I'm
into
sorry,
the
it was a Transair. It wasn't an Eastern flight. It was a
At full
Transair.
speed.
Was it Tranny Air?
Transair was the name of it. They changed
it
the name.
identified as an airplane, but it was a boat.
Trans. Thank you. You picked up on my. I tossed the joke out there, and Last Dance finished it.
Yeah.
It's like Ed McMahon, and I'm like Johnny.
Laurel and Hardy.
Good stuff. All right.
Who's on first?
Who's up next? Last Dance. Cut to commercial. Let's go.
We got to have Doc Severinsen play the band. out.
Cup of tea always there for the people who don't get everything. Trans joke with the slow. Thank you, my friend. Yes. Trans air, tranny air. Yeah. Pretty thin on the joke side, but I'll take it.
Based, I love you, but I don't like where you. I'm never going to agree with you on this.
So, Catboy in the comments
Catboy
is basically asking the same question I was asking. What about the thin blue line and the thin red line, the thin green line?
Are we back on flags?
Yeah. Look at the chat.
Oh,
I don't see a cat.
What?
Catboy.
Do we have a problem with flags now?
Catboy.
Yes.
My
How far back are we going?
My father's all into flag protocol, and he goes around and calls out like all these public places that fly the American flag at the same height as like other flags, like say the rainbow one.
Yeah.
It's like, you're breaching flag protocol. The American flag should always be higher than any other flags of any other countries or causes where it's displayed. It's important.
If it flies at night, it should have a light on it. Otherwise, it should be taken down.
Exactly.
Yeah. My flag has a light on it.
Good man.
I'm patriotic like that.
Good man.
My flag has a rainbow on it.
You're.
What?
Ooh.
What, Top? What were you going to say there?
That's not patriotic one
I was
bit.
going to say you're a transatlantic guy.
Yeah. Transair.
Transcontinental.
But I go to my daughter's school. There's a lot of those flags everywhere. So
Are there really?
Oh,
yes,
yeah.
yes.
Yeah, while we're talking about Transformers, I had a debate with that liberal cluck the other day.
Oh yeah. He's actually I like the guy. I like the guy.
Yeah. I mean, I just we had a nice discussion. It was after the debate, and
Nice.
He obviously trumps his specialist subjects, so I moved him off that straight away. And, yeah, you know what I mean. He literally had files set up. He's got files set up on his computer like this TDS.
It's obvious that he's got.
Yeah. So he
got links.
RW started talking about Trump stuff, and as soon as he brought it up, like coming back with shit, I thought, okay, let's move it on. Let's go to Transformers, and we went to Transformers, and I just thought he didn't. It didn't really work out. He was complaining. There was that woman that student that was raped in school, and they said it was a Transformer that raped her.
Transformer?
Yeah,
No,
you know,
he's using that to fill in.
More than meets the eye?
yeah, a woman.
Yeah. Now you get it.
A woman
Now
in
you
That
get it.
exhaust pipe right in there.
All right, let's
Transformers, women
just so we can
in
get the code down.
disguise.
It's yellow Camaro, okay? It's a yellow Camaro.
But yeah, so basically, he said, no, that wasn't a transformer. He said that he didn't say that. Like,
Has
he
there
said,
ever been straight guys that ever
well,
done
I
that
mean,
before with women in school?
yeah, but that's what he said. He said it was her boyfriend or part-time boyfriend. She's supposed to have said no.
Part-time boyfriend?
Yeah, you know what it's like. And he was supposed to have raped her. And he said that happened in May. What actually happened though in October later on in the year, they then gave permission for actual transformers to be in women's only spaces. And I thought to myself, you just proved my point for me. It's not good to have meat and two veg in women only spaces, whether they're transformer or whether they're men. And he was going, yeah, but they're not more. I said I didn't say they were more predatory, but if you add meat and two veg in a women's only space, you're just inevitably going to have problems.
Meat
and obviously,
and
those
two
problems can
veg?
be serious.
Like that.
Penis and balls.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that.
Come on, Philip.
Completely.
What's up with the code talk?
It might
It's
work
not
out.
that hard of a code to break.
Yeah,
It's not.
Steve, it's true, isn't it? It's true. It's like actually when you put the meat and two veg in the equation, it can cause massive problems. So
You're making me hungry.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
He was making my point for me.
Never gonna look at it the same ever again.
When it's shoved right in your face.
I agree with him completely.
But it really should be one veg and two meat. Like a carrot and two meatballs is what I'm thinking.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't know, man. Let's not talk about that particular organ anymore
The
because
thing
we're
is,
not
he
all gays.
actually queried me. He goes, meat and what? He was going.
Hey,
Be a little more clear in your description.
Just made me think of a joke, and it is instead of turning a flashlight into a pussy, why don't we put pussies in flashlights? It'd be more useful.
Don't they already do that?
Yeah, it's called the fleshlight.
Oh, there you go. He would know.
No, that's what I'm saying. Instead of turning a flashlight into a pussy, why don't we put flashlights in pussies? They'd be more useful.
Because cucumbers.
Come on. You can't all have that much trouble finding the target.
No, but I'm saying if I'm changing the oil, just like whip it out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know.
Well, while you're changing the oil, give it a good rub.
Can't find the remote. Take your pants off.
Let's talk about flags again. What are we doing here?
Yeah, I'm getting a little uncomfortable.
Oh wait, before we leave the 9/11 talk, which was a lot of fun, I want to show you guys my tribute shirt.
What?
Zoom in on it, Smokesteve.
I'm gonna try to right now.
Keep it up there. Go skateboarding or the terrorists win. That is, holy crap, that is just awful.
Is that offensive?
That's
Because my wife wouldn't let me wear it up to the church chicken dinner tonight.
I think it is very offensive.
I think we've
And I
seen
approve.
quite enough of that, actually.
You can turn me off full screen. I feel.
LeGrand, what's your thoughts on this? Come on, we were talking about flags being mega. Now he's making fun of 9/11 like it's a joke.
Whoa!
I just don't get the correlation of the skateboards with 9/11.
Yeah, I heard
Because
about this in
it's-
English.
It's
He
two
gives
big
me-
skateboards, and the planes
he
go
give-
fly into them.
He gives me trouble for questioning the narrative, and he wears outrageous t-shirts.
Dare you, Afa?
Outrageous.
I see it as a solid. If you're looking to laugh and you understand the context, go for it. I like it.
I like it
That's
too.
right.
I'm only trolling.
I'll allow anything on humor.
I don't like it.
I don't.
I remember the anti weed commercials back in the day, and this was after 9/11. and they're saying if you smoke weed, you're funding terrorism.
Oh, it's ridiculous.
And then they
That's
went to,
so
and they would do this whole pictorial, and it's like, hey, how about no? If I smoke weed, I'm having a good time.
Back in the day, I did buy some hash that had, which we were so surprised about.
Don't incriminate yourself now.
Had the stamp on it.
Scimitars stamped on it.
Yeah.
Like totally Middle Eastern, like
That was
Arabic, old Arabic swords.
It was blonde and it was wrapped in a muslin cloth.
What the fuck is going
Yeah, that stuff was everywhere.
Well, Muslim.
I'm not incriminating myself. It's legal here, man.
I just stopped going to 7-Eleven afterwards. That's what I did.
Like a hijab or something.
Those are Indians, dude.
Oh, shit.
Did you guys talk about the debate at all?
Oh, no, Pakistanis too.
We've been doing a good job avoiding it. So.
Yeah, they've been avoiding it, Aphid Whip, and
we talked about it briefly earlier, but
seems a little bit too convenient for me.
Oh, yeah. The big orange man went down.
Anyway, look, we all saw it, so what do we even have to talk about it?
Yeah, exactly.
I didn't see it, and I'm glad I didn't see it.
My question, though, is to Aphid Whip. How far away are you from Springfield?
Springfield, Missouri?
No,
Ohio.
Oh, I don't know. Probably Ohio. I always get Iowa and Ohio mixed up.
They're eating the dogs. They're eating
Ohio.
Probably like
Ohio's on the other side of Indiana.
Yeah, 6 or 7 hours probably. About
the thing. It's been fact checked. That's false by all the. The reality is Twitter is full of people cooking cats.
It's not factual though.
Well, I'm sure not all of them are factual, but I'm sure a lot of them are factual. I'm sure some of them from somewhere else in the world, but you see a lot of them. And there's plenty of them. They're from the US.
Yeah. The other thing is deporting legal Haitian immigrants to Venezuela. I like that one too.
Who wants to do that?
Who? Wait.
The other day he made his speech and he said, "Yeah, we're gonna deport those Haitians back to Venezuela."
Yeah, all right.
Okay. I love how hypocritical both sides are as an independent myself. It's just ridiculous that they look for a reason to get themselves out of that. I mean that was the stupidest thing maybe anybody has ever said at a presidential debate.
I didn't see it, but it sounds like it's pretty close to the stupidest thing.
Well, the funny thing about it all is that there was like the left obviously jumped on it immediately, and then
why would you not?
The right would jump on it if the left screwed up
but
that bad.
What the funny
Biden
thing
stuttered at his thing and screwed up, and they blew up on that.
It is actually factually true. Like I said, not all of the cases we're seeing, but some of them certainly have. It has happened in the US, and there's footage of it. But the funny thing is, the left wing had this meme artist, then there's a meme of Trump with Hassan guy, the
Mehdi Hassan.
Yeah, and the funny thing was the left took it over. Some Ben Johnson retweeted it, and it just went really viral. And the guy went nuts. He said, "I'm a socialist. I don't support Trump." And you're all memeing my meme like, and he locked his account down. So it's and what you're seeing now is like you're seeing loads of cats with MAGA hats. You're seeing Trump cradling ducks and cats and dogs.
I've seen it. And it's funny. I like it. Yeah, but let me just say, as someone who grew up in a large American city, we're talking 3 million people in the city. Every day, somewhere in that city, someone is killing a cat, killing a dog,
Springfield
probably eating them.
55,000, and they dropped in 20,000 Haitians. Okay.
And you know what? The story that I'm understanding, the one that he was quoting, was actually an American citizen who was mentally ill and not really a cat connoisseur, and it was just like a one-off. She wasn't a Haitian immigrant.
Well, there's another side of this you guys are all missing.
Oh, and it wasn't in Springfield. It was in some other town nearby.
Yeah.
Do you know the predominant underlying religion in Haiti?
Witchcraft.
Roman Catholic.
Voodoo.
Voodoo.
Wow.
Witchcraft.
That's
And they practice eating cats, correct, Steve? You read the
No,
Yes.
no.
killing
I don't
chickens.
practice Santeria.
They
Hold
practice
on,
They do
it.
hold
the
on.
same
What
thing.
you need to understand is they don't eat the cats as
kill
part of the sacrifice.
They do eat the cats because they're very poor. I
Well,
know
they
this.
might eat them, but technically, eating is not part of the religious thing.
But do they kill cats? A part of witchcraft in
Agreed,
Haiti?
couple.
Animal sacrifices are not unheard of in that religion.
Can't
Do you
be.
think?
Thank
Do,
you.
do, do, do you think they might bring their culture with them
No,
in the host country?
What
Or do
I'm
you think they-
saying is,
Of course they do. Everybody.
people
Right.
are
There we
talking
go.
about this like it's absolutely outlandish, outrageous, and insane behavior that these people would never partake in Springfield, Ohio. Well, they took part in it in their homeland as part of voodoo ceremonies. They may not have been killing the cats, but there were things done and sacrifices done in these voodoo ceremonies.
Yeah, they're usually foul. They're usually roosters. We used
Right.
to find in Miami. We used to find the claws on the beach. If you got there early morning, they would do the sacrifices. Santeria is very close to.
I think the people of Springfield are very racist. I think they're bigots, and I think they're mega, right? Nazis. I mean, look. People should just accept
I like that.
that people with, other cultures. I mean, just because other cultures believe in sacrificing cats and ducks and using them in some sort of they're enrichers. They're enrichers of different types of culture.
I think rather than trying to
we should embrace this.
well, rather than trying to rationalize it, we should just accept the fact that it's BS.
Well, it's not BS. It's been proven it's not BS.
It's not proven. Nothing's been proven. If anything's been proven, it's been disproven.
Look, I've even heard the 999 calls. There's been 999 calls.
I wouldn't be surprised if cats are sacrificed.
911 over here.
Talking about a national stage here. It's like that's nothing you use in a debate.
Agreed.
You could have been Harris and lied the whole time, but they're going to take that moment from Trump, and everyone's not going to see everything else that happened during that debate, even though she did kick his ass. But she lied more than Trump did, but everyone's just going to go back to that comment.
That's a great contest. Who's lied more in the debate?
Can you give us an example of one of her lies?
It was close, I'd say.
Are you fucking kidding me, Migrande? Can you
thing.
name a couple? Can you name a couple? About
I can name a couple of his, but I'd like to know what.
No, I can name a couple, but it's your people like you can't acknowledge that they're both fucking liars.
Okay,
I'm asking you to give me a couple of examples.
Bloodbath was taken completely out of context, meant for something else. Find people on both sides once again.
Talk about the taxes that he's not taxing. He's only taxing that didn't benefit the middle class one fucking bit.
Are you telling me she brought up the bloodbath comment?
Bloodbath.
Yeah, she did.
The fine people.
Yeah.
No, not the fine people. Not that again.
Capitol Police died on January.
And she
6th.
knows. She knows this. In the 2025,
am I lying?
She blamed the 2025 thing on like it was his.
Am I lying?
It was his idea.
Well, some died as a result of it.
No, they did not. No, they did not. That's been proven too.
Yeah, they fell ill a couple of days later, didn't they?
Yeah, the way she spoke, like it was like those people that broke into the Capitol killed those cops, is the way she put it.
And Migrande, you honestly still think
they were injured? There were plenty of injuries, man.
Injuries, I agree with that. But
did you see them stabbing people?
Okay, Randy, we'll give you that, but let's just go back to what we just said.
It's still
not. Right, so that's one lie.
Okay, bloodbath. Okay, you mentioned the bloodbath. Okay, that's one. We know that is. Mention the fine people. Mention the fine people on both sides. That's two.
That was Charlottesville.
Yeah, it doesn't matter where it was. It's been proven even by the left-wing fact checkers that was an incorrect statement.
Once again, though, that was the stupidest thing he could have said in that situation.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So I've named 3. We've got 3 there. Well, what was the other ones?
But wait a minute. I don't agree with that one. He said there were fine people on both sides. And he was referring to the protesters, the goose-stepping Nazis from Charlottesville.
He said there's fine people on both sides.
That's a truthful statement.
It is not truthful. Because you need to take a little more of the context around
the next sentence. It's the next sentence on.
But he said that.
Yeah, but if you stop a sentence halfway through, you don't give the actual full fucking paragraph, then you're being completely disingenuous. Because it's like saying I'm not a Nazi when you could just like stop it and clip it and put on. I said I am.
Well, in a way, what he's saying is, like what McGrandy's saying, I think, which is true, is that Trump shouldn't have even skirted around this thing. The fact that he even fucking spoke about it the way that he did.
That's not what McGrandy's saying. That's what you're saying.
It's ambiguous enough to think, why even go? Why, like, hey, idiot, why even go there? Like, fucking use the, not you, Topple, I'm talking to Trump. Use the, like, electric pole thing and say, like, dude, don't touch it 10 fucking feet. Stay away from that. Don't go doing his weird, find people on both sides, but not the white supremacists. That's just stupid.
Here's the mistake. Trump gets up there, right, and he doesn't like completely condemn any. Like it's not like he's so strong and being like, these guys don't represent us, or this is how he and that is part of his statement and his weak defense of the whole situation. So it's easy to see how it got out of context, and it's not completely unfair. It's just not completely true.
She made 4 to 5.
We lost your face.
Oh. He dumped out.
How about this, McGrandy? Do you agree that Trump supports Project 2025? Because that's the biggest thing. Yep. Yeah. See, he never admitted to that and all, but it's just you don't trust him. He's a liar.
No, I have some reasons for that, and that is,
what I find is the funniest
thing. The Heritage Foundation, they're the authors, and they're in bed with Donald Trump.
So he's guilty by association.
No, and Rick Scott is part of that group as well.
Don't act like Republicans don't use that.
No, I would show a lot of examples.
I think the funniest thing about the endless claims that Trump is associated with Project 2025 is the whole thought that he even reads an agenda like that. Like he would sit there, that he would like plot and he doesn't even read. It wouldn't even occur to him. It's just not his personality.
There's so much other good things to go after him for. Stop with the Project 2025.
Wait, it's why? Because he's ambiguous.
And apparently it works, though, Tom.
He tries to use that as a means so you can't nail him down, but you definitely can't tell what he's talking about. The prime example would be, what about abortion? Oh, I'm not going to vote for a national ban, but he'll talk to Christians, and Democrats are killing babies after they're born.
Well, Tony wanted to go to the state, chaps. Didn't he want to go to the state? Abortions.
Here,
because you could deal with it state to state. It's your own thing, then, isn't
it? There's a problem with that. South Carolina will not allow voting on it. They're going to control it in the legislature there, which I find to be
that's a problem.
We have a constitutional
seriously problematic.
We have a constitutional amendment on the ballot in Florida,
you have an
and they're doing their damnedest to keep it, to keep it off.
I mean, okay, I know you can name, like you said, Carolina and all that, but there must be an appeal process there.
It is a state power right now. Ever since,
but in some states they just don't allow like these ballot questions. Some of them just get decided in the legislature, and the people never get to vote on them. And in some states, abortion falls into that category.
You know what they did in Florida is DeSantis sent federal FDLE, Florida Department of Law Enforcement, people out to interview and intimidate people who actually signed the petition, because that's the process. You got to have so many signatures in order to get it on the ballot and considered. And DeSantis has state police going out and interviewing people.
Like the
It's an
Gestapo.
intimidation tactic.
Like the Gestapo.
Well, wait a second. What was the acronym you used before? Florida.
FDLE.
And now you
Department
said
of Law
states.
Enforcement.
It's Florida Department of Law Enforcement. They're the state police. Same thing.
So are they sending people out where they have questions of legitimacy?
They're knocking on their doors and they're asking them questions, signing it. They know their names. They got 4 or 5 cops standing out on their front porch. They're intimidating people. These guys, you got to see how they dress, man. It's like SWAT team.
Let's see some video. Share some. Pull some up.
Oh,
Well, there's
I'm not
plenty
gonna
of
argue
news stories.
that.
All you have to do is
Respect.
all you have to do is Google it.
I know, but
I don't Google it.
You're making a claim, so it'd be good if you can get it. I'm not saying
Put it
it's
in the
not
back
happening.
chat.
Right, so it's not true then, is what you're saying, based.
Well, no. What I'm saying is, you might have read something from
All
me
right, so
on
let me see if I
the-
can find an article for you.
Okay, great.
How about-
I'm not saying you're lying. Just saying it sounds a bit. I mean, how were they dressed? Were they dressed like Germans in the 1930s?
No, nobody can dress like the Germans from the 1930s.
Well, I did it.
Well, they can do it in Hollywood.
Smoke Wife knows this shit too. She can always shoot it to me on Twitter, and you can too, the Grand. But I'm not a TikTok guy. I don't know if I can show TikTok videos.
It wasn't TikTok that I got it from.
Show me the doc.
And then, so there's other lies too. You want to go over them?
Sure.
Lies.
How about the combat zone? That there is no soldiers right now in an active war zone, and none of them died.
That would have been one of the major things that should have been fact checked.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
who needs to fact check it? It's obvious. Everybody knows that's not true.
I seen a Twitter clip today.
No. What do you mean? What do you mean?
When she says it, the camera
ABC,
turns around,
bias.
and there's a load of army people there, and they're saying, "Well, what the fuck are we doing here then?" They're all laughing on camera.
Last Dance, what did you say in your comment?
There are soldiers in Syria. There are soldiers in
Iraq still.
In Iraq, there are soldiers.
Well, that's what I mean. So why would a fact check not have been in order? It seems like
I don't know, but you wouldn't have had to. Are you saying nobody called her on that? Why didn't Trump call her on it?
No.
Why didn't Daniel Muir or David Muir call her on it?
I don't know. But
What
why
was
does
her
he
exact
need to?
wording? What was her exact wording on that? Because maybe there is, I don't know what the classification or
there is
Here we
law
go.
is.
Aphid defending.
No, I'm not. I'm just curious because I've heard.
He's asking a question.
All I've look, all I've consumed since the debate has been
beer,
Fox radio stations.
What Trump should have said, he should have said every time she says something like that, he should have walked up to that David Moore, looked at him, and said, "Fact check that now. Fact check that. Fact check
All right.
that now."
So this is what Harris said. This is her quote. There is no one member of the United States military who is in active duty in a combat zone in any war zone around the world the first time in this century. That's what she said.
Boy, that is. I mean, that is just ridiculous.
All right, so I put up a link for the DeSantis thing on the YouTube chat.
It is ridiculous. It's like 24 years. This century?
Well, actually, the Syrian operation and the Iraqi operation, we're basically there. Syria is a police action. I think it's a UN thing, and the one in Iraq.
Three soldiers were killed in Jordan earlier this year.
Yeah, and a couple in it.
Yeah, that's because it's ISIS mop up. They're mopping up with ISIS.
Top will put a little swag on the end of that statement. Did you see
By
that?
Somali pirates.
Pat in his chest.
Yeah, 2 got taken out on a ship, didn't they? By a missile with Somali pilots, drones.
But let's not spend all the time on Harris. Let's hear about Trump's lies, which we could go all for another 3 hours on this. So, so what you got, McGronda?
Well, I put that link about FDLE going out to people's houses.
Well, I hate to say this, but I don't regard the Associated Press as
dude. There's numerous ones. I didn't want to put
reliable.
them. I don't. You know what? That's fine. You got to read
But
it.
no, I
You
appreciate
gotta
the link.
discount the source now
I appreciate
because
the
there's plenty more. I can give you more.
Late-term abortions.
Unless you find it
That
on
he got
reason.com,
backtracked on?
he's not going to believe it. That's what he's saying to you right now.
That's what it's pretty true. Pretty much true. I hate to
I've
say it.
noticed that you only post Reason.
I got some
Hey,
local guys.
if it's called Reason, how can you go wrong with it?
I really haven't totally disagree with everything that they talk about.
Is Last Dance cam and 2-bit for everybody else too? Oh,
What?
Already cleared up. Is Last Dance's cam like going all weird on everybody else too? or is it
Picasso.
my end?
Picasso painting.
Solid
I'm on
dollar.
Wi-Fi, so
Oh, he looks fine. Don't.
Well, now he looks fine, but a minute ago it seemed like he
You
was
see
all.
his beautiful lips.
Maybe it was just on my end.
This laptop is on its last legs.
Too many characters.
Well, I just redid my whole computer setup, like built it yesterday. So
no shit.
and that's why it took me a while to get on here. I was trying to put everything back together and click.
How does
here,
that help
click
me?
there? Well, it could be on my end, is what I'm saying.
Okay.
Although it seems weird that only
How does
your
that
cam
benefit
would have
me?
been messing up.
I was-
Topple too. I wanted to say, while it sounds like we're in the middle of changing subjects or something, I saw you had your old school avatar on there, and the whatever that pink, that one.
Yeah.
That's
Lara?
what I first. That's what I first
Larkin?
remember.
Somebody Larkin?
You. I first remember you by, and I was thinking it's been the better part of over a decade. Same thing with McGronde and Last Dance. So cheers to you fellas for
I only got water.
plus 10 years of knowing each other, which is rare on the internet these days. And that goes for Cup of Tea in the chat room too, because he's on that list.
So this is an anniversary?
Well, it's just reminding us how long we've
It's been
been
10
around.
plus years that I've known
Yeah.
you guys.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Wow, scary.
I was on there before that avatar too.
I know, but I'm just saying, it reminded me it's been over 10 years for all you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, those were good days. I used to love
Beautiful,
Live.
our beautiful site.
That was wonderful.
And Big H screwed it all up.
Nah, I can see why. You can
See,
see-
you all get defensive. Look at you.
I'll bet
no, I said, what an
he was.
asshole.
I'll bet he was hemorrhaging money from that.
Oh yeah,
site.
he was.
Yeah.
Well, the site was valued at one point. Remember, it was like 5 million or something, or maybe even more than that.
Yeah.
And he was saying on his Live Leak show, you know, he was like making fun of all the fuckers that thought like it was really worth that much money.
Uh-huh.
He's like, "Are you kidding me? Do you really think it is?" You know,
Oh, you don't
And
need that.
then-
Just get on Twitter these days.
But I think he makes good money off of the way it is now, though, because I think that site. I haven't
Item
been
Fix?
there in months, but last time I was there, it didn't look like they didn't have no traffic. It definitely looked like the videos had a lot of views and stuff.
I agree. You mean itemfix.com?
Is he still?
Yeah,
part-
I've never. I have not been on there. It just never really.
I
stirred
went
my
on there for
interest.
like 5
Is
minutes.
he still part of that though?
He was when it
I don't
first
know,
started.
but-
He was.
I don't think
He-
he's part of it.
He
Yes,
never
he was.
exactly
He
said
said.
what-
He said it was
never-
doing quite well.
Yeah,
and he didn't want to shit on it. You know,
He's
I
never
thought it
said.
was-
He's never even said what exactly his investment was in Lively.
No,
even
he
over.
didn't. But he was
was
obviously the
taking
face.
over now.
He was definitely the face of it.
He was the face of it. That's
Fucking
exactly.
ugly ass mug.
He was the face of Lively for sure.
So I mean, to get away with being the face of something, he's got to have some kind of stock in it. You know,
Yeah,
they
I
wouldn't let
know.
him.
I agree. I agree with all that, but he never did say. He never said who the other investors were. They didn't want to be known. You know, there was a lot of mystery about Lively, about Lively ownership. There
Well,
always was.
private. He's got a private side to him. You know.
No, I'm not complaining. I'm just saying that
Untrackable.
nobody really knows. He's
Untrackable.
happy with that. Yeah.
Do you know what Live Leak was?
What?
Do you recall what the website Live Leak was?
Who are you talking to?
Untrackable.
No, I don't. I think I've heard it like maybe in the news, but I have no clue what it is.
When they were talking about the most horrible places on the internet.
Well,
Yeah.
beheading videos, and
It's not around anymore, so you don't have to worry about it.
You know what I think is funny is Mr. God to You was driving in his truck drinking a beer.
Well, he got in trouble for that too.
And he got a DUI for that. And then Gort.
No, he got. I believe, and I'm pretty sure I got this right. That he got out of it.
Okay.
By saying that it was filled. There's just water in there. Is what he
Okay.
said.
Well,
and I don't think there was any way to prove.
There's no
I don't
evidence.
think there was any way to prove him wrong. So I think he got off of.
There's video of it. It's not against the law.
And then Gort, remember in the desert, he filmed some shit.
That was great.
Yeah.
I would like to see Gort and some Tosser. Those two guys.
Yeah,
Gort,
some Tosser.
I love Gort's videos.
Some Tossers, what a talent that guy was, man. He made the best videos. So funny, so witty.
I interviewed him one time on my show, and he just seemed like uncomfortable with talking, he liked to do his thing, and he was obviously extremely comfortable with it because he was so funny.
Who was the chronic banner that banned everybody, or not banned, blocked everybody? Not McGrande either. I'm talking about
DCM Fox.
Yeah, David Martin Fox, right?
Well, you doxed him?
Who?
Is that doxing?
Well, it was DCM Fox was his.
Okay.
I
just remembered him as David Martin.
I looked him up before.
I accidentally doxed him.
McGrande was
Steve, you still hanging in there? You haven't made a peep in like an hour.
Yeah, I'm listening. Yeah,
McGrande was the easiest to find out of all. It was just plastered everywhere, and then you too, A-Fed.
No, I wasn't plastered everywhere.
No,
and I don't even want to breach the subject. So let's move on. Jesus Christ!
Travel on.
And then Last Dance that just spent his time in the Russian topic.
Yeah.
Fighting, well, him and Anna probably had the closest relationship.
Right, we were
a couple of Marxes.
Spend all days yelling at each other.
Really? That
Yes.
is hilarious.
Yeah.
I didn't know how
they were extremely close, Smokesteve. Extremely close.
I was like, this guy really hates Russians.
Unbelievable.
Well, she is, or used to be, really anti-American. So.
Yeah, and she wore nothing but American clothes.
Also anti my religion.
It's so ridiculous.
Yeah, that's
you come on here with a jersey that you probably paid $100 for, and you're bashing American culture.
Yeah, no, she thrift shopping, bro. She's told us that before. She goes to the flea market.
It doesn't matter.
She wanted to chop me and my family up at one time on Live Leak. I was like, okay.
That's not appropriate.
She put herself out there, though. I always respected her for that. She still does.
Yeah. I never put myself out there, and I got yelled at for it by McGrande.
I am impressed.
It's not the best thing to do in the world.
How articulate she is in English, which is clearly like her third or fourth language.
Yeah,
I know.
Mm-hmm. So many leakers passed away, Mr.
Yeah.
East. Yeah. We lost Sloop last year, I think.
It's been.
I think it's been 2 years now.
Yeah, 2 years.
Who else?
Sloop.
He was a legend.
He was.
Who's my cat's name? Perdero or something?
My cat's name is Pedroia.
Pedroia.
Yeah.
Boston guy. That was Dustin Pedroia, Boston Red Sox.
He shot his ass.
Did he?
Like in real life. Yes, he was carrying a gun. He was carrying a gun, and he
cheddar
got
bob
arrested
himself.
He not only shot himself in the ass, but got arrested for it because he wasn't supposed to have that gun. So it was like a double whammy.
Who was the NFL player who did that? Plaxico Burress.
Plaxico Burress.
One of the strangest names, Plaxico. It sounds like
He
a
was a hell of a
geometry term.
He was a hell of a player, though.
I was so pissed when they sent him to jail. What more? How much more punishment can you get? The guy shot himself
In an airport, though. He was in an airport.
So humiliating, and he got shot. How much, isn't that good? Isn't that bad enough?
I don't know. I think you punish him. Gotta punish people who fuck up with guns. You know?
I just think ban guns altogether. So
no, but
one of those items on the on that website, I put it in Discord from the biomedical website, was called a slow stirrer, and I kept thinking that that's kind of like Topple. He's a shit stirrer.
What?
And he does it slowly, but
Last dance. Speaking of shit stirring, you said in Discord that we should get rid of the Second Amendment. What did you mean by that when you said that?
I don't remember the context.
It was when
It's the school shooting.
McGrande posted a cartoon picture of a guy standing on a field overlooking a bunch of crosses, and the guy was saying how he lost the old man was saying how he lost his friends in Normandy.
And
the
the
little
kids
boy
said, "How about
said,
you?" And he said,
third
grade or something, yeah.
And then you said we should get rid of the Second Amendment.
I was
we don't
being
have to...
sarcastic.
Okay,
that's all it was. It's easy to, it's easy to moan and bemoan the lives lost, but what next?
I'm a definite Second Amendment man.
I was about to ask you, McGroundy, what's your ideals with that?
I like it the way it is. As far as
no change.
Do you believe that the Second Amendment confers an individual right to keep and bear arms?
Yeah. In fact, in
controversial.
the state of Florida now, you can now carry a concealed weapon without a concealed weapon permit.
There's a lot of states like that too. There's 4 other states. Well, a lot of states. I shouldn't have said that, but is the crime going higher? I don't know. I'm not trying to be an asshole. Is crime getting higher?
No, I don't think it is.
I'm not.
I think Trump just put a thing out saying these astronomical percentages. I know, but it's ridiculous that
everybody's always had
this guy we're voting for, and I agree. She lies too. That's why it frustrates me so much. But you got to point out when they're blatantly lying to us.
Absolutely.
And her gun stance was, "I'm a gun owner. We need to ban assault weapons." What's an assault weapon? What is it?
I don't know. I don't know what's going to fix the gun problem, but I feel like we should at least be trying certain things instead of just saying, "No, that's stupid, so let's not even think about it." And the other side's like, "No, that's stupid, let's not even think about it." And then nothing ever gets done. So if we just put some things out and maybe see if they work. I mean, I don't know. Doing nothing ain't helping anything. I don't know. It's just so frustrating that it's such a political this way, that way, and we're not going to get nothing done.
It seems a lot of it is close to home. For example, this last kid was it Georgia?
Yes.
And his father is being charged.
Yes.
And the kid from Parkland, he was running around with an AR-15 that his grandmother bought him or whatever when he was like 17. So it's, I don't know if it's the law or people just are. I mean, I don't have a gun personally, but that's my personal choice.
I will say this about the whole thing. I don't think it's worth changing the Constitution over, because even if it's wrong, the Constitution is such a proven thing, and we can't just we can't change stuff on our opinions because it's been so successful that it's like the perfect recipe to a perfect scenario, and we can't mess with it at all. So if I disagree with something and think it needs to be changed, I gotta be non-hypocritical and convince myself that no, there's gonna be stuff I don't like about it, and there's gonna be stuff I do like about it, but we can't change it.
You can change it because it is an evolving document.
No,
but that doesn't mean I'm against the Second Amendment. It is an evolving document. That's why there's processes to amend it. But I forgot my point. Anyway,
you were going to ask me something, Smokesteve?
Yeah, it's long gone into the ether now, bro. It's
Okay.
fucking way gone.
All right, never mind.
That was,
I had a doozy lined up, bro. It was fucking
Well,
awesome.
thank God you forgot.
Jump in. Just
oh,
jump
come
in.
on, man.
Tell everyone to shut up. I got something.
Use
Yeah,
your
you
hands
were-
and try to
you
clear
were-
away that bong smoke and try
Yeah,
to find
I
it.
remember what it was now.
Uh-oh.
Last Dance. You were like something about. Well, it's easy to bemoan the death of a person from a mass shooting, but that was essentially what you said.
Yeah, that was in response to my
Right,
comment.
right.
My-
So yeah, it's easy to bemoan the death of a child, let's say from I don't know, a parent. Like you're not minimalizing their grief by
I'm
your
not trying to minimize
Well, your statement did, you'll admit that.
No, I don't. I don't minimize the grief. I'm just. The point is, you can't insulate the world from tragedy. And
Well, it's easy to bemoan the grief of a parent who had their
I'm not-
kid's head blown across the fucking classroom by
what
an
parent?
AR-15.
How am I bemoaning? How am I minimizing the grief of a parent? Where do I do that?
Well, that's what your statement said.
I don't think so. I disagree.
Last Dance is Alex Jones fan.
I remember my other point with aphid. That was the real problem is aphid is even if you outlaw guns, there are too many of them out there, and we'll
See,
never get them all.
I can't stand that argument because
Yeah, I don't like it either.
That argument, let's say 100 years from now, when
Yeah, exactly.
you know, you would have to at least say 80-90% of those weapons would be deteriorated or not in use in some form or fashion. So it's not worth worrying about 90, 100 years from now. You know, I mean, it's just ridiculous to me.
How about when I say this? You ban guns, only the bad people will have guns. And I'm not talking about mass shootings. I'm just saying.
The Constitution doesn't say anything about ammunition, so I think that's the angle that we need to
That
take.
is the
Who
angle.
wants to fucking ban guns or ammunition?
Well, I think that there's got to be some, and I've said it before, and people make fun of me, but I think that we're getting to a point
Constitution-
where technology can inject some kind of,
Truckable.
information into each bullet that's specific to the person that purchases that weapon or
That's
that
correct.
ammunition.
That's
That's the
David.
most insane thing I've ever heard. But
No, it is not.
The Constitution doesn't say anything about guns either. It talks
track-
I
about,
want to give
It doesn't.
it talks about arms.
I want to give
Yes,
untrackable.
yes, but
And that includes
ammunition is not a ammunition. No, ammunition is not an arm.
It is.
Are
Steve,
you? How? In what way? In what way?
They actually do that with amino nitrate with the bombs. They put
And
little
even if it was,
markers
it doesn't
in
mean
there.
that we couldn't.
Taggets.
We couldn't.
Oh, I think.
The ammunition is what's going to track every. If there's a bullet inside somebody, and you can track that back to the person that purchased that
Well, what
ammunition.
you're talking about is not banning ammunition.
It's impossible.
I didn't say it was. I didn't say it was. I never said anything about banning ammunition. I said that ammunition is the way that we
What
need
was
to
that?
handle this
Banning
situation.
that. Ban what?
All right,
Ban-
all right. Untrackable. What you got?
Yeah, I was gonna say I watched a little documentary about a kid who basically built a nuclear bomb in his garage, and he basically gets to do what he wants to do, funded by the federal government. Because no, you can't just go having a nuclear bomb. But guess what? If you can create what you want, there's certain things that can fly under the radar. Supplies for a nuclear weapon that might not fly under the radar with the credit card bill. You know what I'm saying? But if you can take metal, just like these other third world countries do, and completely copy the 1911 and print them out with bricks in an outdoor stove, and you're just printing these guns, if you can build it, I believe you can have it.
Oh.
But the intent of you having it, I think, that's where the law wants to step in. But somebody's intent can change from second to second. So there has to be some sort of pay attention to what you're doing to people to make them need to want to use guns. And then you can never calculate for the crazy factor. And I'll leave that there.
Absolutely.
That's right.
Yeah, the school shootings and the mass shootings and stuff like that. I don't know if there's any way to fix that problem. But the inner city, like per person, percentage wise, the deaths lost by weapons is far worse from inner city, and they're almost always stolen guns. So if
those killings are in the tens of thousands every year.
Yes. So if we could just figure out a way, even if we this is what people don't understand. You know, when you're, I don't know what the total, I knew these figures at one point, but the total number of people that are killed by firearms in the United States. If you can do something that cuts down on 1% of that, it's a massive amount of lives that would be saved.
But what happens if you do? Are you talking about no, you left it open, like banning guns?
Yeah, I'm not talking about anything. I'm just saying we should try to do something instead of not doing anything.
Try to look at it. Try to look at it from a different angle too. The more they threaten that 2A, right? The more it's going to boost the we got discounts on guns because they're threatening them, and you got to get them while you get them, and that boosts the economy for who? The weapons makers. And who are the weapons makers being funded by? The government. Why? So they can send them over and give them to people, because that's the money that's going over there. Is every time you buy a gun, you're boosting the more. I'm not saying don't have guns. By no means am I saying that.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying every time they threaten your rights, what do? You flex harder. Well, when they're saying, hey, we're going to take away the guns, but the gun store's still open. Hey, let's go. Hey, they threaten your speech, you yell. They threaten your religion, you pray in the streets. I don't know what to tell you, but when they threaten it, it also affects the economy, and it also affects the social constructs of, well, if everybody's praying in the streets and we all have different religions, they're trying to pit us against each other. That's what I see.
When right now, if you go to gun stores, there are people buying out guns because they believe Harris is going to win. Same thing happened with Biden.
That happens equally, like a dozen times a year for different. When there's a mass shooting, there's a spike in sales. There's always going to be, at least 7 or 8 spike in sales every year. So, in the overall scheme of things, does that change anything? No.
So, one of the problems with trying to figure out gun violence is that there's a lot of misleading data out there. A lot of the statistics include suicides.
Yes.
And I think they should be excluded. So the number of firearm deaths, excluding suicide, and I'm not even sure if this is, I'm only interested in firearm homicides, and it's hard to find that information.
Accidental? Yeah, well, they changed things too.
Well,
do you know that kids, the number one death rate in America is guns over that's what they use.
Accidents, right?
I'm telling you, in this city, I don't know if you got, I'm guessing, especially Last Chance lives outside Baltimore. Topple, you live outside Philadelphia. Smokesteve, you live outside Boston, so you probably don't have quite the same experiences that we have. But every morning you wake up and there's innocent people that are killed. Every morning.
There's kids shooting kids in the suburbs
all the time, man. In St. Louis, it's unbelievable the amount of people that get killed, and there's not many people that live here because they've all moved out. Every night, every morning you wake up, and, at least 2 or 3 times a week there's some kid that got shot.
But
some poor kid that wasn't doing nothing wrong.
I don't see banning. My problem with the Democrats is if you just want to ban guns, say you want to ban guns, stop pointing at the ARs. Stop pointing. More handguns kill more people a year than a freaking AR-15.
Right.
Just stop with the slowness, and then the assault weapons. What is an assault weapon?
It's because of the massive kills are the ones that hit the headlines.
Well, yeah, the mass shootings.
But that's just emotional.
I know, but people
violence.
can't get that in their head that that's not even the big story. You know, you can't convince somebody that they need to worry just as much about, you know, that poor inner city minority that got killed than they should, you know, when
Well, I blame
a bunch of sweet children at a school get shot up.
I blame the police.
Why does Kamala Harris want to ban assault weapons then?
Topple, let's
don't
get
know.
back to Topple's question. What is an assault weapon? Technically,
Right now, what the definition is right now, and was it going to be 1 year after Harris is president?
well, I can give you the technical definition, and it has nothing to do with what she says or Trump says.
Well, they changed the legislation. That's what I mean.
Let's hear it, Steve.
It's an intermediate round, which means it's not a 22 and it's not a 308. And it has select fire between semi-automatic and
full
automatic. That's basically it.
Semi-automatic and what?
Automatic.
Full auto.
So it's a combat weapon.
Yes, it's what they give to Marines going into war and regular army. Like, this is the big boy.
Well, an AR-15, you can't select fully auto.
No.
That's why an AR-15, by the real traditional definition, is not an assault weapon. No. Let's just go with the modern definition. An assault rifle is anything that's an AR-15 platform. And that's that. And here's our old buddy.
Good morning.
No, we're going to bring up right in now.
Hey, Biscuit.
We're going to bring up right in now.
Happy Sunday morning to you, Biscuit.
Wow, how nice. How you doing, buddy?
I'm all right, thank you.
Good.
Welcome back, friend.
So, how many assault weapons are used in murders a year in the U.S.? Is there a statistic on that?
Zero. If it's the definition I just gave you, it's none.
Right.
Oh, yeah. But
is most gun crime handguns because it's easier to conceal?
Handguns in America.
Yeah.
No, but AR-15 platform rifles do get used in a lot of
carbines.
Yeah.
Carbines.
Sure.
But they're single shot guns, though, aren't they? Those that.
Well, semi.
Not single shot, semi-automatic.
Yeah.
If you get a real tasty trigger on those babies, pretty fast.
Yeah.
Can I say too that maybe the fact that this one platform keeps coming up maybe is because it's popular and easy to use, and it's been popularized in movies and media and stuff like that. This one platform has been pushed so hard, like a big advertisement, and it's easy to use, and it's legal until too much happens with it, maybe.
That's it. It's easy to use.
Oh, handguns easy to use too. It's about magazine. Also, the how much the magazine can carry too. That's a fight about it.
Well, most handguns hold around 12 rounds, don't they?
Handguns, yeah, but you can also get. Depends on what state you live in, because it's not a federal law, but state-wise, there's regulation. There's no.
And if I'm not mistaken, an AR-15 holds 30 rounds.
No, it can hold up to 150 if you get the big giant thing. Dude.
Yeah, but a normal stick magazine holds 30 rounds, I believe.
Bingo.
No. Well,
and also that it's also the original like the original M16.
M6?
That was a government. It was a government funded project.
The M16 is a very big gun, though, isn't it?
They got. But I'm saying they got the contract, and the platform really hasn't changed except for accessories and fine tuning for 50 years at least.
Yeah, that was invented by Eugene Stoner, a great gun guy, and he was sort of the counterpart to Mikhail Kalashnikov, I believe was his name, who obviously invented the AK. And they were both running towards each other with these fucking designs, and if you look at them, the AK is a workhorse. Guys could dunk it in mud and keep firing. The original M16s were trash. They had to make a ton of fucking adjustments to them. Eventually, they are now a great rifle, but it's like the M16 1A. I don't know what level in the development of that is. It's probably 6 or 7 since the original. Who knows? Maybe even...
I remember the complaints because the M16 replaced the M14, which was the M14 was closer to the AK round and
the M14
much
is
heavier.
6, man.
Yeah.
And then
much bigger than an AK.
Well, what I'm getting at is it was a weight issue. That was basically why they changed to the M16. But yeah, there were jamming issues. It was a big complaint.
All the special forces guys, even to this day, some of them still carry M14s.
Yeah,
because those things sent a 30-06 round downrange at automatic. Pretty cool shit. They could mount scopes on those, and then
I think the Navy might still have them, or they were the last not to use them.
They're changing platforms now.
It's a fabulous rifle.
But that's my argument. I just keep hearing the news. These politicians, we need to ban assault weapons. And I'm just like, what's your definition of it? Because what is you keep every time unfortunately there's a school shooting, it's usually an AR platform, and they keep calling it an assault weapon. So just come out and just tell me what you want. Well, let me see what you want. And I'm going to be against it, but
yeah, they just started metal detecting in Florida schools this season.
Schools are prisons now. Schools are prisons.
It's always AR style. AR style.
I dig trying to solve a problem at the root, maybe. And I think education is the key. I think the idea of guns should not be removed from media or, I grew up with weapons and toys. You ever buy a G.I. Joe, it comes with guns and grenades. Okay? But also within the school system, there are some rural places that probably still have like marksmanship in their PE program.
Mhm.
So I would say don't exclude it from life, because from the beginning is where personal responsibility, like, oh, you want to fish? Okay, daddy get you a fish. That's your fish. You clean that tank, you feed that fish. One day that fish is floating, and it's going to break your damn heart to tell your kid, fish didn't make it. You know what I'm saying? So if you do that same thing with this gun debate, and don't just hide shit from kids. It's real life. They're going to see it every time they turn around. The friggin' pound puppies had weapons. You know what I'm saying?
But should kids have access to those guns, though, without
responsible gun ownership? Because it's going to be a generational thing. Because a lot of these failures are, hey, I bought a gun for a kid. I showed him over a weekend how to use it. Kind of like a concealed carry license class, a weekend, and then, oh yeah, hey, you're good to go. I disagree with that. I think education is a long process. It's not a weekend, and then okay, you can do this.
I'll tell you one thing too.
Or teach your kid.
When I was a teenager, I found all my dad's duck guns and I fucking played around with them. And I know my fucking nephews have played around with stuff. Let's say my brother's stuff, because they fucking find it. They search everything out, like that's what teen boys do. And they'll, it's never good enough unless it's actually fucking locked up, because these teen boys will fucking find everything, man. And that they're motivated to. So you really do have to be careful, because they're dumb.
I can tell you straight up, my parents divorced before I could remember, so I grew up in a single parent household. But in the splitting up of things, my dad's rifle was still in our coat closet, just in a coat closet. And being the gaps of years that we were, like, my sister's 3 years older than my brother, and I'm the youngest, and I'm 4 years old younger than him. So there's gaps in between us that we're going through different things. And my sister pulled that rifle out of the closet, pointed it at my brother, and pulled the trigger. Thank God it wasn't loaded, but she knew where the gun was, and when she had that emotion, she went for it.
Right.
Not knowing nothing, just being like 11, 12 years old, something like that. Just being like, screw you, boom. If it'll work, but it was unloaded. You know what I mean?
Yeah, kids are dumb, and you have to always assume they'll make the stupidest decisions. That's rule number one of being a parent: is never trust the fucking kid, especially with guns.
And unfortunately, the last school shooting, the dad gave the gun to the kid.
Yeah.
Even after knowing that, having conversations with the FBI about it, him making claims about school shootings.
Mm-hmm.
So he denied it.
The son denied it, but still, if that was raised up, like, oh, I'm not going to trust you with guns. Like,
God, I heard a story today that the mother called the school a half an hour before the shooting, gave her son's name, and because he sent her a text, "I'm sorry, Mom."
Oh.
And she called, and they tried to find the kid. I forget his first name, Clinton or something like that. And anyway, they pulled another kid, a very similar sounding name. They were questioning him. Well, this other kid, the shooter, was in the bathroom putting his gun together. It was like, if it had only another 10 minutes could have made the difference.
But also, metal detectors, all that stuff is a start. It's not going to prevent it, but unfortunately, our schools have to be prisons. Like, for me to get my daughter from school, I'm outside. I'm not allowed to walk into the school. It's completely locked. And even if I go in to deliver something, I'm in a locked up corridor.
Yeah.
And the person behind the windows, behind bulletproof glass, I'm in the suburbs. I'm not even in the city.
Yeah.
So
it's the way it is here too.
It's sad. It's sad. But
considering the way I grew up, everything was open.
You guys were smoking cigarettes in class.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Their ashtrays were built into the side of the tables.
That was an inkwell.
Oh, we're not talking about your time last year.
Yeah, it's true. You guys, I forgot you guys had feathers back then.
I mean, my school, I can say this, like, my school was only 2 miles away. So screw taking a bus for an hour. I'll just walk for 15 minutes.
I remember when you guys were talking about how stupid kids are. I remember for some reason it reminded me when I was a kid. Me and the one neighbor kid, we had access to a bow and arrow, and we used to shoot them straight up in the air and stand there like be freaked out when they hit the ground, like a couple feet from us or whatever. And we did that until we did it, and there was an old man gardening in his garage, and it landed like right next to him, and it dawned on us.
That sounds like next level lawn darts.
Yeah, that's right.
You almost killed your neighbor.
It was his neighbor. He lived down the street.
That would be okay.
And he was like this 70-year-old man, like out in his garden, gardening, and it landed like
stay the fuck off my lawn.
3 feet from him.
I'm getting near that age.
I mean, I'm sure it could have killed him. I guess the arrow come back down. I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, yes. You were probably
when people use that phrase. When people use that phrase, it'll put the fear of God into you. Let your boy shoot an arrow straight up into the air, and y'all just stand there as long as you feel like you're gonna win the game. hopefully nobody loses. But the
Hopefully
lose
If you move, you're likely to get hit. If you move anyway, you're probably going to move into its path.
We had no idea the seriousness of how stupid that was. We had no idea. No clue until this day. You know, I'm thinking about it. I'm like, Jesus Christ.
Wait, whoa. So when you guys shot it up in the air, you didn't look for it just to make sure it wasn't going to fall on you?
Well, how are you going to see it? It's like a dot in the air when you shoot straight up in the air. You're not seeing that.
we did times where we stood there and just shot it up and just kind of, hey, it's like playing chicken. The first one to move, you automatically lose. But as long as nobody's hit and nobody moves, nobody loses, right? But there was plenty of times where we were all running for our lives.
I mean, it doesn't increase your chances any.
But we also used to do this thing. We got into slingshots somehow, like those
too.
black metal frame Walmart.
I got a couple sitting right over there actually. Wrist rockets.
Well, we were doing like you know how they kind of do airsoft, like where it's like war scenarios.
Biscuit Vapes is all into airsoft.
Yeah. Yep.
We were shooting
AR-15 and a M1911.
Yeah, we were shooting pennies out of slingshots, and until a window got broke, and then we all hid our shit.
Pennies don't go straight; they'll fly any direction.
That reminds me.
It's an air different deal.
Glass marbles are better in slingshots. They fly straight.
Yes.
That reminds me of another story I had when I was a kid. We used to we would hide behind the hedges and we'd throw rocks at the cars, their hubcaps when they would pass by.
Oh.
And there was 3 of us, me and my neighbor and his little brother. And one of us, we don't know who it was, broke the window of a car driving by. It doesn't even seem possible now thinking about it, but yeah, the window broke on that car. It was a it looked just like Starsky and Hutch, that red Torino with the white stripe on it. That's what the car looked like.
Did you get caught?
And yes, we got caught. We ran inside his basement, and the lady got out of the car. She came down to the basement because she knocked on the front door, and we thought if we hid in the basement, we'd be okay. And my neighbor's dad, we got in trouble for it, and
he snitched you out.
I was going out. I'll never forget. I was going out his front door, and all of a sudden, I was like lifted up in the air like 3 feet as he kicked my ass out the front door. And my dad found out and went over there, and you know, all hell broke loose.
Oh, I would have high-fived him.
No, I'm not sure exactly because he kicked me. You know, I mean, I can only imagine if that happened to my son.
Yeah.
But anyway, we weren't allowed to play with each other for a long period of time after that incident.
We had one with stones like that, but we got away. It was like 10. It was like 10 of us. We scattered like rats. We all knew the neighborhoods. You know what I mean? We could get in behind the houses.
I'll tell you how antisocial I was. I would go when it snowed. I would go out at night alone, not with any friends. Stand behind a garage. Right by the main street, heave snowballs over the garage to hit cars. And, you know, there was no way they were going to catch me if they stopped the car because it was snowing. So I'd hear the brakes and the car would skid for a while. And by the time they'd get out of the car, I'd be down at the end of the block, back where I was.
It was never this destructive, you people.
Yeah, we were right.
We were snowballs. Just pissed them off.
I thought you were going to say you went on people's property and peed a curse word into their.
No.
We used to fire bottle rockets, and I'd be at my house talking to my friend on the phone, and he'd be aiming the bottle rockets at my neighbor's house, and I'd be correcting fire. Yeah, and then we would the cops would show up, and because we knew the neighborhood, we would just start firing on the cop cars. So he'd be driving down the road, we'd just be firing on the cop cars, and once he got close enough, we just haul ass because we could jump the fences. You know what I mean? Jump the fences, get into the ditches, or we could run behind houses. And then, of course, your heart is pumping, you know. And you have to lay low. Maybe you have to lay low for an hour or 2 hours.
One of the benefits of me doing it by myself was there was nobody to narc on me if they got
Yeah.
caught.
Ah, that's a good point. That's a good point. I have, which I've had for probably 30 years. I have bottle rocket launchers out in my garage made out of PVC pipe. I'm like 51 years old. I'm like, maybe I could throw those in the garbage. You know, we're not gonna have a bottle rocket war in my backyard anymore. You know, with
You
all
have
my
a-
old friends.
No, you
You have
can
a
use them.
50-year-old son.
You can use them for fishing on the beach.
I'm surprised he hasn't asked me, Dad. What are those for? They've
Like,
been
son,
sitting in the same spot
do you know
for
what
his
a
whole
potato
entire
gun-
life. They haven't budged. Dad,
Yeah.
what are those PVC
Alright,
pipes out?
I gotta
there
take off. You guys have a great weekend.
for? Top.
Great
Good to
show.
see you, buddy.
Great
See you
great
guys.
talking with you, Tom.
Nice seeing you all.
Night,
Track.
couple.
Hey, good
See you,
seeing you,
buddy.
Biscuit.
No
Later,
worries,
guys.
you too, Topo.
See, man. Well, last dance. You want to take over the show for a little while?
A
Absolutely.
little while, because you're coming back, Smokesteve.
Yeah,
You might.
I'm coming.
Yes.
I'm fucking coming back. I'll be back.
I'll be back.
I'll be back.
Have you seen Sarah
You're
Connor?
you're not going upstairs to crawl in bed and pass out.
He's just going to rest.
Down that 50-50. I think I want a little snacky.
Wait, real quick though, before you leave, Smokesteve, you got a whole new setup, I guess. Yeah, I wasn't here last couple weeks or last week at least.
Yeah, new computer, blah blah blah.
New
Same-
laptop.
Yeah, good for you.
Thank you, man. Yeah, it's nice. It has an automatic screen cover. Whenever you shut it, it puts a shutter over the
That's pretty.
camera.
That's a nice idea.
Yeah,
It is.
Protects the camera lens.
Yeah. Also, people have been getting apparently like getting some spyware or firmware when they might happen to be very firm, if you know what I mean.
I know exactly what you mean.
Some
Keep that lid-
salacious videos have been recorded of people.
Keep that lid closed.
Right. Can you
if
believe
some
that?
look, it's totally not gay if some dude's jerking off to you and you don't know it. It's
Not to
you're
me. I mean,
You're
in
not on the
general.
hook.
Well, hey, you know,
I think there's usually two people involved, and it may not
Yeah.
be Smokesteve that's being looked at.
bingo. All right, so let's keep this thing going, and I'll be in the peripheries.
All right.
Thanks for hosting, Smokesteve.
No, I'll be back. You don't have to say thanks.
We'll
Goodbye.
see you later.
Just in case.
If I'm not
Night.
here, have a good night.
See you, buddy.
Right.
All right, how do I do this? I'm just going to try
I
that.
can kick you out.
Yeah, just kick him out. Last dance.
Nah, he's the man. I'm not going to kick him out.
It's nice to meet you, Steve.
No, I'll be back. I'm running this. I'm the admin. It's
Let's go
okay.
for a snack.
I got you. I just wanted to say that.
Yeah, he won't be back. Don't listen to him.
I'm coming
There's a
back. I'm
10%
coming
chance
now.
or less.
No.
10% is
now,
generous
now I'm definitely
that
coming
he's coming back.
As soon as he figures out how to leave, he's
In fact,
coming.
I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna leave the camp.
just close
on.
Don't
your
come
camera,
back just out of
Steve.
spite. Like if you
If you're
don't want to
coming
come
back,
back,
just close your camera.
I don't think. I think that might shut the whole thing off. This happened.
No,
last-
no, press the cam
last dance
button and
can,
it'll close
last
your
dance can
camera.
kick you.
I'll just kick you off. Then you.
No, keep me on.
Yes, ma'am.
Just put the shield.
How about
on.
if you stray off?
There you
Oh,
go.
there.
I thought you had a slide for your camera.
He's afraid if he closes the laptop down, the show will end. And maybe it will. I don't know. It never did before.
I thought he had a hardware slide on his camera to protect his screen.
I think
that's
that's when
fine.
when the lid closes, the slide,
Oh, I
in.
get you.
and then when he opens it up again, it doesn't open up. You got to manually open it. Or
So it's not a little cover that slides over.
I don't know how it works. I'm just guessing.
But what happens when he needs that tissue?
Yeah, exactly.
I
Now
don't
he
know.
knows where to find it.
He might have more than one.
The question is, how did it stick to the computer?
I think he draped it over the top of the laptop screen. All right, guys. What else should we talk about? Let's talk about something else other than
How about Boeing screwing up the
Boeing
rock?
and Boeing.
Who would have thought?
You know how important Boeing is to the U.S. economy?
Huge.
They are estimated to be 1% of the entire U.S. GDP.
Yeah.
Well,
Just Boeing.
SpaceX is going to take over that, and aren't they? So
They're going to take over that, but Boeing's screwing up their aviation business too.
Yeah.
You gotta think, man. 25% increase. 94% of their employees turn that down.
I know.
That's crazy.
Well, that was the machinists union that turned it down.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I think it's what my dad was.
Yeah, they have dug themselves.
They're in a
so deep.
They're in a bad spot.
I don't know, and others do not know if they can come out of it.
Wow. I kind of wondered that.
They're an essential industry.
Lockheed Martin's got to be just rubbing their hands.
Yeah.
Well, they're the missile guys, man.
Yeah, I mean,
I think aren't they? Wouldn't you say that Lockheed Martin's probably their closest competitor?
No, the only competitor now, the biggest competitor is Airbus, and number three, the next one
like
down.
Percentage over the whole company.
What do you mean percentage over the whole company? I'm talking about Airbus is commercial airplanes.
Right. So that's the.
Now Boeing does have a defense. Business.
That's all I know of them because my dad worked for McDonnell Douglas and they got bought out by Boeing.
Those are the helicopter guys, right?
McDonnell Douglas was
they were the
actually
F-15, F-18.
Yeah,
that's true.
It's interesting. McDonnell Douglas was a merger of McDonnell and Douglas Aircraft, and McDonnell was a defense contractor. Douglas was a successful commercial airplane maker, and then McDonnell merged with Douglas, and they became McDonnell Douglas, and they never built another commercial aircraft. No new designs with that company. Then Boeing merged with McDonnell Douglas, and that was the beginning of the end for Boeing.
Really? Is that right?
Yes, it is.
Wow, I didn't know that.
So the McDonnell company is like the poison that has killed American aviation.
Is that when the
really? I didn't have any. As far as I know, my whole life, McDonnell Douglas, always had a lot of military aircraft that they made, and it kept my dad in business.
Yeah, I mean
the very first issues I saw of Boeing was when they installed the new computers on the airliners, and that were causing a lot of problems for the pilots.
I don't know what you're referring to, but
I think it was the 747s. They installed the updated computer systems.
It was like some kind of autopilot for other countries.
Yeah.
They didn't have the same software updates that we did here in the United States, and
and that was the beginning of the problems for Boeing, I believe.
I don't know. It sounds like Last Dance is saying that the beginning of their problems was when they acquired my dad's company.
That might have been the same time era.
No.
It was about 7 years ago, wasn't it?
Yeah, this was probably a decade before
20
right
years ago, I think. When
my dad, they ended up giving him, they called it the golden handshake, where they convinced all the older employees they gave him a early retirement plan.
Was it a good deal for your dad, or was he forced out?
I mean, he seemed happy with it. I don't remember. He always complained about working there because I don't think he really enjoyed working for the union. He didn't agree with, how do I put this? Some of the politics on, he was involved with several like smaller groups where they would get together and try to come up with ideas, and he never really got. It was never, these things would turn into blossoming things for the company, and there was no benefit for him and other people in that small group, to do what they did, because they didn't make any more than the other guy that didn't even do his job,
right.
And you know, was there because statistically they needed more employees.
Right.
That's why it's a little uncomfortable.
So,
But
Aphid,
he felt strongly on that.
your dad was a machinist?
He was. He actually, what he did was put a layer of fiber on the tail rudders of whichever. I always get the two confused. The F-15 and F-18 were the two big ones, right?
They were. The F-18 was a big Navy plane, and
it was the one with two fins on the two.
Well,
fins
both of them have two. They both of them have two.
Then I don't remember which one.
Two.
Probably the one they made more of because he was doing. He did the same thing for years and years and years.
I wanted to ask you that. I know you guys used to race cars.
Yeah.
Did your dad make any parts? You guys have lathes and did you do any pistons?
Dad was really like he was like when we weren't drag racing in the wintertime, he was HO, the train, like model train thing.
F-15.
F-15, okay. He was real, like, my whole half of my mom's house, where she still lives in, the house I grew up in, is a HO train set. And he figured out some way to use cordless telephones to operate the trains, and he was like,
no shit.
He was real, like, so he's got this, and it's still, my brother knows how to operate it. I don't know how to operate it, but
HO's the
elaborate
the
thing.
right?
Yes.
Huh? Yeah.
HO is the track range.
Yeah. And what you do is and my son, actually, he was like 2.5 when my dad passed away, but my son learned it before he died. 2.5 years old, and you punch a code of numbers into this old school, like, pull up the top home phone, cordless phone, and it would either like honk the horn or start the smoke from coming out the stack, or
cool.
I don't know. He figured out this way of doing where most guys, because he was in a group where they would go home to home, and they would have these like things that you'd hold in your hand and like just make it go forward and reverse, faster or slower. And my dad was so he was so like beside himself with how he figured out how to use these phones to operate. But the whole thing is like there's so many wires and stuff underneath this train set, and but he was real smart with that kind of stuff. What was your question? I totally forgot. I got sidetracked. Sorry, I get excited about my pops.
I know
he's gone.
I know you used to do
the
drag racing, so obviously you're working on the vehicles, and I'm thinking, a machinist.
He handed everything. He didn't weld. He wasn't a welder, so he didn't weld together the chassis. He had some other, but he bought the kit, laid it all out. We went to a buddy of his house that had like a pole barn, and he put because you build those things on these perfectly flat, real thick metal plated jigs, they call them, where you weld the frame, because you got to have everything perfectly straight and everything. So it's kind of complicated, but it was set up at my dad's buddy's house, so we went over there every night pretty much for a year or two. And the cold, in the wintertime, it was cold as shit out there, and my dad would figure out all the angles and all the pipes and bend them the right way and do the sheet metal work, and it was really cool, that experience.
Man,
I'm sure that helped you in your career.
No, it didn't. I didn't pay attention to shit. I was always like, he was always like, here's a bucket of rusty screws, go over in the corner with a wire bristle brush and scrape them clean. And I didn't pick up on any of it. I mean, my dad showed me how to do everything, and I did, like we changed transmissions and motors in my cars growing, and there's no way I would feel comfortable tackling a situation like that,
Yeah.
So I wish I would have. I just enjoyed being with him, and doing what I always was trying to make him proud, So I do exactly what he told me to do, and make sure I didn't deviate from that plan. But I didn't spend enough time learning from what he was showing me.
Yeah. Wow.
Dads, man. And now, like, my mortality, I'm thinking about it all the time, because it was the parents that were dying off, and now it's friends of mine that are dying off. You guys, man, got like 10 years on me or so, or close to it, and I'm like, I don't know, man. I just think I'm gonna be a nervous wreck by the time I get to your guys' age.
Nah, I don't even think.
Yeah, I've had a tough time getting to my 60s. Probably harder than most. I've had worse luck in that regard, but it's nothing. You know what I'm saying? It's you just roll with it as best you can, and I still
Sitting
enjoy.
here smoking cigarettes because it bothers me so much.
I still enjoy my life every day, and I don't. It's not like I'm sitting around with the windows closed, crying about my mortality. It's
And Dave, if you're worried about immortality, you end up wasting your life that you have left.
I know it. I know these things. I know that. But it doesn't make a difference when I'm trying to go to sleep and I can't fall asleep. And I'm like just there, right? And then it flashes on me that more of my life is behind me than in front of me. You know what I'm saying?
I do have issues with it, where I have to think about it. Like I moved in with, I had my girlfriend move in with me, and she makes me happy. So,
yeah, that's great.
So what is that a problem? Well, my kids have a problem with it.
Oh,
because
I understand.
This is their mom's house, and
I know. Yeah,
and they have a problem with it, and I don't want. What am I going to tell them? I figure I do the math, and I think, well, if I live 20 more years, I'll be very lucky. That would make me 82. If I live 10 more years, that's about average lucky. So let's say 72. And if I'm not lucky, I could die in the next 5 years. So it's not like I have time to indulge their difficulties. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I just want to give you some relief here, Aphid.
Yeah, please do.
In late July, I do the bike rides.
Mm-hmm.
And there's one I do. It's like a 40 miler. Well, maybe at mile 20, I broke my rear axle, or it came apart.
I thought you were going to say you broke your rear ass.
No.
So you were at the furthest point then if it was 40
miles. Almost. And it was my own fault. Not that I broke it, but what ensued. And what ensued was I didn't have any money with me. I didn't bring my wallet. I didn't bring a telephone. And basically, it was like 8 o'clock in the morning, and I knew the temperature was rising, and I'm like, I got to move now. So I just started walking with this broken bike. Well, I walked for maybe 4 hours until I couldn't walk anymore. And I walked into the Audi dealer.
This is already making me feel so much better about the situation.
Dude, I mean, literally, I got to a point where I take 10 steps and had to sit down again. And I'm getting dizzy and I'm getting nauseous. I'm definitely going through heat exhaustion. So I walk into an Audi dealer and I go, "Can you call 911 for me?"
Whoa, this happened recently?
Yeah, in July.
You had to call. You told somebody to call 911?
Yep. So they came. They took me to the hospital.
Shit, dude.
They hydrated the shit out of me.
Oh my god.
The good news is my vitals were. They were fucking freaking out in a way. The nurse I had, because I hate when patients have better numbers than I am. I mean, I was doing okay, and then I got 2 bags of the the juice they give you.
I thought you were saying a colostomy bag.
No.
Yeah.
The IV.
Wait, hold on, I'm passing.
Dude, I almost skipped out of there. But anyway, the bike is still broken, so it's been like 2 months. I'm off the bike for a while. So I've been swimming in the open ocean again. And what I'm saying to you is,
well, that's why your vitals are good, because you do shit like that.
Some kind of silver lining to this depressing story.
Yeah, the point is you got to face that shit, man.
Well, good for you for calling 911 and not trying to.
I wasn't going to do it, dude. No, I made the decision, and It only cost
Yeah, I
me
would. I
money.
probably wouldn't have. I would have
would've
convinced
powered
myself that
through it.
everything was fine,
Dude, I didn't
and I would
want
have
to.
hid behind some shrub, and they would have found me like 3
You,
days
you'd
later.
have died like a
The
cat.
lawnmower guy
drag
was like,
yourself in a hedge.
I don't know if I
It
ever
was-
told you my heart attack story.
Oh my God.
Hmm.
Oh my god.
So I was 46, and I was hiking up. There's a park in Maryland called Rocks State Park, and there are rocks there. And I was hiking up along, not extremely tall, maybe a couple 300 feet. And I got to the top, and I was kind of hopping around the rocks, and I started having all the symptoms, the classic symptoms of a heart attack. Every one. Pain in
what
my
are
neck.
they?
Well, I
Okay.
got pain in my neck, radiating through my chest into my arm, into my left arm.
Classic.
Okay.
And I thought, fucking hell, this is what, can this possibly be a heart? It can't be a heart attack. I'm too young. And so I sat there for a little bit. At this place at the same time was the local fire department training for their high angle rescue squad.
No shit.
Ropes and stuff. They're training. Going down, belaying down the cliff and so on. I could have just told them I have a heart attack, and I would have been dead. I would have been taken off. No, that's not what I did. After a little while, it's not getting better. So I climbed down. My wife's waiting in the car, and I said, I don't know. It feels like I'm having a heart attack, but I don't believe I'm having a heart attack because I'm too young.
Oh my God.
So I say, drive me to a drugstore, and I'll get an antacid.
Oh.
And there's nothing. This is just a little Shitsville rural area. So we drive to the place, and I take an antacid, and I say, while this is working, let's head towards Baltimore, where they have real heart hospitals. So it doesn't have and I take an aspirin too. I get aspirin and an antacid. So we're driving, and it's like an hour drive, and I'm not getting any better. And eventually, we get to like the outskirts of Baltimore, and I go to a hospital, and I go in there, and I say, I gotta say, I don't believe it, but it feels like I'm having a heart attack. And he says, well, you're 46. It's not very likely. So they take me in there, and they do an EKG, and there's something wrong with the EKG. So they say, you got something wrong here. But a lot of people have an EKG like this that's abnormal. So, but your symptoms sound like a heart attack. But we're not a heart hospital. So we'll take you to the hospital that's like a mile away. So they take me to the hospital there, and they put me do where they put a catheter through your
leg.
vein in your leg, and they thread it through, and my right coronary artery was almost completely blocked.
Wow.
And they did angioplasty, and they gave me stents. And when I came out of it, I felt like 100%. But if it had been if it had been any more serious, I would have died farting around, refusing to believe that I had a heart.
You're actually lucky, because most fatal heart attacks happen to people in that age range. Old farts like us.
Well, that's what they told me.
We typically survive heart attacks.
They say,
Somebody 35 or 46.
So the older I get, the better chance I have of having a heart attack.
So they said to me, you're lucky because older people have this thing called angiogenesis, which your heart the arteries, they block more slowly over time, and your body like builds blood vessels around the blockage slowly. But when you're young and you have a heart attack, boom, you get a blockage. It breaks free.
Yeah.
Some plaque breaks free and blocks you instantly, and you're a goner. So I didn't do what you did. I refused to believe it, and I tried to power through it. And
I feel like I would be like.
You know why? Because I've had heat exhaustion before, and I knew it wasn't going to get any better. And I was losing it. I mean, literally, I was going to I figured I was going to pass out soon. So.
Did you get an IV?
Yeah, in the ambulance. They were great, man. I got to tell you.
I can't believe you had to call just like a month and a half ago.
Yeah.
You had to call the ambulance.
Yeah.
That's a big deal, McGrande.
First time for me. First time in an ambulance.
Well, I had to dig some we had an extremely dry spell the last month, I'd say. So the grounds were like really hard, and I had to dig some 2-foot deep post holes with just handheld post hole diggers. And I used to just throw myself into it and be like, "Look, it sucks, but." Because a lot of times it's just you're just sitting there, bang. I don't know if you guys have ever used post hole.
Yeah,
diggers,
yeah, and
you're just sitting there banging on the ground.
It's
for like,
not a natural
and
thing.
it doesn't do anything,
Because you're pulling
the
out.
ground's so hard. And I was like, I had to seriously like take breaks throughout this one. I was like, I can't just like go crazy for 10, 15 minutes and dig both these holes super fast.
Yeah.
And do my thing and get out of there.
I'll tell you what though, I used to be pretty good in the heat, but I've become much more sensitive. But it's been hot as hell down here, so
yeah,
it's everything changes. But I respect the heat a lot more.
Yep.
Oh, by the way, emergency room cost me $90.
Wow.
I know.
You got good insurance, huh?
Well, old farts,
Yeah.
The ambulance ride was originally $900, but they knocked it. After the insurance, I only owe $250. So.
I had that. When I told you I got to this hospital,
yeah, they had to take
it. They said, we're not a heart hospital. Heart hospital's a mile away. Well, there was an ambulance sitting at the hospital, and I was in the middle of a crisis, so they said,
Sure.
"Why don't you take this ambulance?" And I said, "I don't want to take this ambulance. What's it going to cost me?" And they said, they're not going to let you go. We're not going to let you get out of here and drive your car there." So I got in this ambulance, and they drove me a friggin' mile, which was, basically 5 minutes to the other hospital. Okay, great. It was a nice ride. I got there instantly. They treated me. I got the bill. This was 2006. It was like $1,000 for that 1 mile ride.
Wow.
Nothing else. None of the other bills for everything else, including, my angioplasty.
Could they not let you take an Uber?
No. Nothing was even close to that expensive. That was by far the most expensive thing.
They knocked it down for me because
I argued with them, and I argued with the ambulance company, and eventually, I don't know, I ended up settling with them. But I couldn't stand that it was by far the most expensive part of the whole thing.
Did you not have insurance? Would that not have covered it?
I had insurance.
A lot of insurances don't cover ambulances
because it was a private ambulance.
Out of network.
It just happened to be there, and it was convenient, and they wouldn't let me go unless I rode an ambulance. So there.
Yeah, the Medicare. You were too young at the time, but for Medicare, old farts like us, they give you breaks. But it was $900 originally, and then the insurance picked up some of it, which was I was surprised that they would. But, and then, I've been avoiding my primary care practitioner, but they call me up and they go, "We have to have a visit with a doctor, otherwise the insurance company's not going to pay the hospital." And I'm like, "What?" I said, "I got checked out at the hospital. I'm fine." "Oh no, you have to have an interview." I said, "Look, I don't have a car. I'm not driving over there." So I did a video meeting with the doctor.
Well, they do that now.
Huh?
They do that now since COVID, right?
Yeah, and I had the numbers from the emergency room. The printout they give you.
Yeah.
So I'm giving him the numbers. He's like, "Not too bad. It's okay." And I'm like, because I insisted when they called, I said, if I do one of these things, I don't want to talk to a nurse. I need to talk to a doctor. Because the last time I went there, I talked to a nurse and I got charged because the nurse was out of network, but I fought it and beat it. So
okay.
I just, you guys hear about what's happening with us in South Florida with the condos, right?
No.
Insurance. Everybody's.
Oh, because of
like my building's been remediated already.
Because of that collapse.
Yeah. So it's extremely expensive. They're almost pricing me out.
Yeah.
We just got hit with another assessment for $1,000, but here's what happened. They had a budget shortfall. And originally it was, for the whole building, it was $36,000, which would have been like $400 per person. And then the meeting starts and I get an email. The meeting starts at 7, and at 7:01, because I'm online watching it remotely, and they send out an email, and it went to 90,000, from 36,000 to from 39,000 to 90,000. I'm like, what the fuck is this? And so I went down to the meeting, and I was a little toasty, but I'm like, this is bullshit. So they approved it and all that crap. And the question period, I go, I got a problem with the procedure here. You guys are in violation here. You sent out an email with the amended budget 1 minute after the meeting started, and then you guys voted on it, which means you had already gone through it without discussing it publicly, which is a violation. I said, from a procedural standpoint, you guys are violating every rule in the book. Anyway, they didn't want to hear it, so I ended up leaving the meeting. 2 days later, they send out an email. Disregard the assessment. Because of the procedures that were in place, we found we were not in compliance with state rules. I'm sure it's still going to come, but at least I think it's critical that I think that might have been part of getting the delay anyway.
Yeah. Is that your bird I'm hearing, Biscuit?
Yeah.
All right. I just want to know what it is.
Yeah, it's been very chatty at this time in the morning.
Not a problem.
He's probably asking for a bath or some vegetables.
So what is it, 5 o'clock there?
Yeah, 4:45.
Almost.
I went to sleep around about 8 o'clock yesterday afternoon, and I woke up about 1:30 this morning.
Ooh, I get on those cycles.
I noticed Aphid's up at 4 in the morning. He's
a lot of times I am. A lot of times I don't like it, but I am.
I'm up at 5 every morning.
I wake up and my problem is I'm thinking, is it early enough to get up? Is it okay? Can I get going? I feel like there's always something I got to do or think about or something.
I'm going fishing today, but I've got to wait till 10 till the tackle shop opens so I can get some bait.
I get the coffee going immediately. That's what it always.
Oh yeah, I do too.
You got to get that bodily function started.
Just had mine.
There you go.
If it's before 4, I feel like I should try to go back to sleep. Like not get the coffee going, not commit to being up.
Yeah.
But it didn't work. I usually just lay there and I'm miserable for a half an hour, and I'm like, I've just laid here being miserable for a half an hour trying to get back to sleep. I might as well.
Well, what about a cigarette?
Yeah, I mean, I try that. Well, sometimes I come down here and this last Christmas I bought all LED lights that are programmed in my phone, so I can turn everything off, which is switching the switches on it, and they all turn off, And then sometimes I can lay there because my dogs are super excited. My one dog, no matter what, is super excited to get up and, like if it has a ounce of sleeping on my floor, and if it 100-pound dog, and if it gets even just a possibility of that I'm gonna get up, I hear it's like the tail starts hitting the ground, and at that point it makes it that much harder,
Once you've got it excited, thinking you're gonna get up.
She can't wait, and she's like, she's gonna go outside, go pee, and then crawl up with me on the couch, and just go right back to sleep, But for me, it means I'm up for the day, and if I don't get a nap at some point of the day, I'm gonna be, just have that. I feel like I always have it. It's that constant, cloud that's hanging over you that reminding you all day long you didn't get enough sleep that night, I always have that feeling. I got a good 2-hour nap this afternoon though. I was like, oh
God, I can't take naps. If if I could take one for 30 minutes, I'm fine. But if I sleep for an hour, I am just the worst mood. It's
really?
weird.
I
Yeah,
slept for over 2 hours. Usually
that's
it's
great.
only an hour, 45
My
minutes to an hour.
my brother-in-law's that way.
2 hours.
He can shut off anytime and slumber. I mean, deep sleep. And I just wish I could do it. Can't do it anymore.
Yeah. Mine's always stress. It's my
Yeah.
problem with everything in life. There's just
Yeah.
so much pressure coming down on me that I'm
Oh, I
always
know,
thinking
dude.
about.
I know. After I retired, though, that helped with the pressure.
It happened more?
No, it helped with the pressure because I
It
just
helped.
said, fuck it.
There was
And
so many things that you didn't have to worry about anymore.
yeah, and I was a stockbroker, so you can imagine.
Yeah,
Morning,
yeah,
Winter.
I know.
You know,
Yeah.
I mean, every morning, fucking first
What do you
thing,
need?
checking.
I'm hungry and
Go get something to eat then.
okay.
I'd be checking the market at 4 a.m, futures and all that crazy shit, trying to
The
predict and
future,
figure
seeing
out.
what happened in Japan the night before,
Yeah,
right?
No, it's not right.
And you know, it's funny now, I don't even look at it. In fact, I'm not licensed anymore or anything.
And
Surrender
Dawson's
everything.
up at 10 to 5 in the morning for breakfast.
Nice.
I'm talking
I've
to the
never-
people on YouTube, Winter.
I've never really been invested in the stock market, but I've always followed it for almost like a heartbeat of the,
Economy.
what's going on.
I was on
give
the
it
app,
I give it a certain percentage, and I pay attention to it for that reason.
I was on the app free trade for about a month. I must have put about 10 quid in. Like in
Yeah.
just small amounts, but
I'd like to now Untrackable said his goodnights. I'd like to thank him. He was a great guest. I'd love him to come back every week. He had
Stuck around, didn't he?
wisdom, and he let us. He shared it with us. So I'd say that is a big plus for the club. All right, take it easy, Mr. Kelsey.
Mr. Kelsey
Says, have a good night.
knocking out.
Yeah.
Wonder how that Christmas tree's doing.
Probably good. Waiting for Christmas to come around.
I haven't been up this
You know who
late
we
in a
haven't
long
seen in a long time that we used to give a lot of shit to? Is that, man, now I can't think of his name. Martin.
Yeah.
oh yeah, Martin.
Martin. I haven't seen Martin in quite a while.
He showed up in the chat a couple times in the
I love that dude.
last couple months, just for a little bit.
You can eat upstairs.
What was that name he had for a while? I love backdoor loads.
Yeah, something like that. That's close enough.
Whatever happened to the guy from the Space Coast? He had the cats living on the condo on Inner Coast.
Yeah, he's that was
Exploded.
Yeah, he was
Who?
someone we're not too fond of. Yeah, yeah, that didn't work. It's a long, extremely painful story, and
Well, I think I remember the last episode, which was somewhat humorous.
we're not going to go through it online.
Yeah.
But,
Anyway.
So that's that.
Not sure what happened to him though.
Yeah.
So okay, so something happened, and my wife wanted me to ask the question what you guys thought, and I would have liked to got Topple and Smokesteve's opinion, but you guys are unfortunately
Later, cup of tea.
the crumbs that are left. So I have to.
Sorry.
I have to, bite the bullet and just get your opinion, I guess. No, but there's apparently, and I haven't witnessed this, but my wife has. There's somebody I think working on a deck, because I saw some decking material in the front yard of the accomplices. But there's a worker that keeps working on this deck, and he keeps several times a day. He takes a break and comes relieves himself in my backyard. And,
number one or number two?
Well, I would.
Good God.
As far as I know,
Gotta be one.
That would be pretty uncomfortable. If it was number two, I wouldn't be needing your advice. So, what do you guys feel about that? Like, when does it get to a point where you're like, I'm gonna say something or do something?
As long as it's in a bush.
Yeah, I would say,
and it's not exposing himself to your family and children.
No, nothing like that.
Here's
and
what
I think that's.
I put myself in his shoes. Okay.
Yeah.
He has to go, and he doesn't want to piss off the guy paying him. Okay. Literally and figuratively. So he goes where the guy paying him won't see. He doesn't really care about you, but he's not trying to piss you off. He just has to relieve himself.
Is that a pun? No pun intended. Last time.
No pun intended. No pun intended.
David, how old is the guy?
I don't know, and I want to preface this, or inject that it's not like it's a big deal, but she was curious of what your guys' opinion was.
Well,
more than anything. Not like we're like getting ready to call 911.
I mean, it's not like your property is small, is it? It's quite a large property.
It is large, and we do have a more private, like I do have neighbors, but there is a spot in my yard that is, there's no neighbors.
He doesn't piss on your window, does he?
No,
So,
he's not.
It's up to you. I mean, you have a right to
I guess she's
enjoyment
watching.
of your property without having some guy whip out his, his.
Wait, hold on 1 second. Oh. Yeah. 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 I don't know if this is gonna change the opinion, but humor my wife, and she thinks it's relevant to say that, he's going from one end of the property to the other to get access to the more private spot. But I don't know. It really makes.
Is it possible that your
difference
land could be
in all your
misconstrued
opinions.
as public land?
Huh? No, I don't think so. He
No?
knows. He knows
All
it's
right.
somebody's backyard. He knows there's some woods connected to somebody's backyard.
Yeah.
And like Last Dance says, he just has to take a leak. So he's gonna,
The guy's got to piss, and he's got to piss.
Yeah.
You have a total right to tell him not to piss on your property.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. The dogs get excited every time he goes, which is a
Why
slight.
don't you be neighbourly and offer him an actual toilet to use?
Yeah, right.
Well, that's the flip side.
No.
even I wouldn't go that far. But
Flip side.
Because I think I'm pretty sure every time this happened, I wasn't at the home.
Is there
so I don't know
some
if I feel
place?
comfortable with it.
Is there some place on your property where it would be better for him to pee versus where he does pee?
There wouldn't, but he's got to track through the whole yard to get to the spot.
And it disturbs your peace because the dogs go crazy, right?
I mean, that's a strong
Also,
statement.
he whips out his meat and two veg. That
Yeah,
can't be
right.
all that
Yeah.
nice. Yeah, I
He's
mean,
got to piss, man. It's an
It doesn't
act-
bother. One time there was a problem. Similar situation. Oh, here she comes again. Similar situation where there was like I think it was some Mexicans maybe, which is irrelevant, but they did
Racist.
like they were collecting like beer cans. We were noticing an abundance of beer cans in the woods by our house. I think they were, enjoying themselves maybe a little bit too much. You know? So they were spending some quality time down there, slamming some beers while they took a leak down in the woods.
Well,
but we
maybe
didn't.
Maybe there's a
we didn't-
relationship between
we
leaking and beering.
Maybe we didn't complain about that. We're like, geez, I can't believe these. Which is usually the case. It's just like, I can't believe these guys are just hanging out in the woods by our house and you slamming beers back during the day. But I would probably too, if I knew it was a casual environment and I could get away with it and it wasn't going to hurt anybody, it sounds like a much better time slamming some beers in the woods while I build a deck in somebody's backyard.
There's a reason why you're a property owner. It's your property, and if you don't want some stranger peeing on it, it's your. You have a right not to.
Right.
If it was me, I don't know what I probably would. What I would do is say, "Hey, why don't you go back into this wooded area here, which is right there, essentially, and you could pee all you want in there."
Dude, at my late stage in life, when I gotta pee, because there's all kinds of consequences if I don't. So, I mean, I find all kinds of places to, like on the bike, I'm riding along, and it's sudden. It's like, I gotta go. So,
yeah, these days it comes on quick, right?
Yeah, and it's like if I don't, then I have a hard time to go when I have to go. Which is it's a big discussion I want to have with my doctor, because you know what that involves. That'll open up all kinds of doors. Yeah, all kinds of things.
I could tell you stories that would even make aphid lip uncomfortable.
Oh. Is that possible?
So
I've actually had surgery, so
I'm going to say good night, guys, because my battery's about to die.
Oh, good to see you, Biscuit. Always good to see you, buddy.
Yeah, take it easy,
guys.
Good luck tomorrow.
See you later.
Prostate talk always gets them gone.
Yeah.
I had.
All right, guys.
Take care, bud.
Always good to see you, man.
I had a doctor, because I haven't had a doctor since I was a infant, or not an infant, like a teenager, a pediatrician, and I finally found one I liked, and she like quit and moved on to something else. And I'm like, well, I didn't finally find one. I got one, and I liked her. I felt, but now I just think, I get these pills once a month, and I feel like it's not irrelevant for me to meet with a doctor anymore. So, I don't know. Finding another doctor that I like, it just seems like a hassle.
It's always a hassle.
They say that your quality of care of what you get out of your doctor is like hugely important if you enjoy the experience with your doctor.
I have I don't think I've ever switched doctors voluntarily. They've all either they moved into a different health plan when that was a thing, or for some reason I basically had to change health plans and they were no longer there. So I really only had a few doctors over the years, and the one I've had now I've had for about 20 years now. So
nice.
What did you do? Like, how did you? Because basically it just seems like it's a picture and like their qualifications or whatever. So how do you pick one?
How did I? I don't know how I picked it.
I want one that I'm like like the last one. She seemed like I don't know if you guys remember Molly Shannon. I think it was Molly Shannon, I think was her name, on SNL. She did the Superstar, and she like put her hands in her armpits and smelled them.
Yeah, I remember her.
Yeah, she was like that, and she was like, around my age somewhat, and I like, I feel like I could relate with her, and she could relate with me. So I want that, but I don't know what to do to find it.
Well, my doctor is my age, maybe a year or two younger, and she's pretty hot, so I get that advantage.
That's the key, huh?
And
that's what's gonna help.
No, I mean it doesn't hurt, but she's also very, very honest about things. She's
that's what I liked about this lady.
She's if I ask her about like vaccines, should I worry, and she'll say,
mine was the same way.
Well, you don't really need to take this vaccine. If you do this one, I only took one shot of the what's that vaccine for shingles?
Yeah.
And, Get to, but she's.
Have you guys had shingles? Either one of you?
Nope.
I got the vaccine a couple months ago.
I don't even know if I had chicken pox.
I had chicken pox too.
I had some marks, but that could have been from measles. So I don't even know.
I know I had chicken.
Shingles sucks because the lack of sleep. Like all my problems in life have always been related to lack of sleep, and that's why it bothers me so much.
Yeah.
But
It's
shingles
very
was the same way, and it was like because you'd wake up at like 2 in the morning instead of 3, so you'd lose another hour, and you just couldn't sleep through the night, and that was such a problem because you start like you don't get enough sleep and you start getting crazy, man.
Yeah.
Seriously.
She recommends the vax, the COVID vaccine, but she'll also say, it doesn't last very long. So.
Oh, really? That's what she said about the
Yeah.
COVID?
Because
I thought about getting it in. I haven't had it since we were basically
She said
supposed to
that
get it.
vaccine, maybe 2 months of protection.
That's horrible.
But that
it might be worth it for you, but it's not.
COVID
it's not a great
sucks,
vaccine.
man.
I
get my flu shot. I get my flu shot because the flu sucks. But
She
COVID
recommends
sucks.
the flu shot.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm a big flu shot guy, man. And I think everybody should get the flu shot, and because it saves so many people. Don't realize how many lives are lost because of the flu every year.
I had COVID twice. The second time it was fucked me up big time. In fact,
yeah, it's horrible.
I retired.
Man. I don't want that shit.
I retired soon after that. It just changed my whole mindset. I'm like,
I just don't understand like the hate. I mean, seriously, if it's the hate doesn't outweigh the suckiness and spreading it to somebody else. I just don't get it.
I haven't gotten the vaccine since I got COVID in 2022. So
I haven't either.
Me neither.
But I think I'm going. I'm going to though. I think
why too.
The
second time I got it, I had a reaction. I felt crappy on that.
Yeah, I never had a reaction. It felt like I was hungover the next day, like slightly, like not horrible. Like
I mean, I got
like
I had a worse
what every Sunday feels like.
Well, I had a worse reaction to the shingles vaccine than I did to the COVID.
Oh,
vaccine.
really?
Really?
Yeah, sometimes vaccines fuck you up a little bit.
But it was only like a day. Like it's
exactly.
You lose a day. It sucks to lose a day.
COVID fucking sucks, dude. Like you're losing a week.
Yeah, I didn't.
The one I had.
Not only that, I don't think my lungs ever completely recovered from COVID.
Dude, look at your pits right now, dude. You okay?
Oh, I'm sweating like a pig.
Yeah, you are, dude.
Dude, it's hot in here. I got the windows closed because she's sleeping right next door.
Oh.
Surprised she hasn't kicked the door down. I'm trying to talk quietly.
So, are you like you seem definitely more sober tonight than usual, McCrande? Is that a conscious decision or just a coincidence?
No, I'm cutting back a little bit.
Are you? You realize you might have had a problem?
Well, I'm definitely.
I'm not laughing at you.
No, I'm
not
definitely
laughing at
drunk.
You.
But
oh, are you? I didn't know you were drunk.
Yeah. But when my normal drinking.
Not to put you on the spot there.
No, my normal drink. I don't drink during the day, so. But
so it's okay if you get drunk every night.
Well, it certainly is. It's not a bad rhythm. I sleep a lot better. Let's put it that way. And I sleep early, so that's why. That's why I'm not on the show. You know?
If because I don't. Well, I drink like 1 or 2 beers pretty much every day, and then Saturday nights I drink more than I usually do. But if you told me that, hey, if you drink like twice as much as you normally do, you'll sleep like a baby, and function.
Dude,
for 80% of the day, better than you do now, then it would be tempting, So
this is going to sound crazy, but it's the truth. I could do a 12-pack easy.
Yeah, no, it doesn't sound crazy.
Every night, 12-pack. But, you can't keep doing that.
I agree. But, it's a trade-off, Like, I feel like I'm just stressed and intense, like, 24/7. So if I had a vice and
this pub is responsible for most of my drinking. So
yeah, me too.
Part of my rationalization. Part of my rationalization is I never went to a doctor for nerves or insomnia, and so I'm not taking this. I'm replacing a lot of pharmaceuticals with alcohol.
Yeah.
You might want to ask a doctor if that's a good trade-off.
Well, they're all going to say that I'm crazy. I know I'm crazy, but
Well, what do you like? 78, 79 now, McCronick? No, I'm just,
66, be
I'm just
67
kidding.
in January.
I'm just kidding with you. You know who I'd like to really like come and probably just maybe experience the chat, but Duke, I'd love Duke to. I almost reached out to Duke tonight and said, "Dude, if you're up,
Yeah,
come on here."
That's some nasty luck he's got there.
Oh,
I don't think it's any. I think he's having a hard time now.
I love that. I love that Duke.
Me too.
Love that Duke. Hope he realizes how appreciated he is by so many people across the world.
He's a sharp and cool dude.
He sure is.
And he's another one who's just spooks me with how articulate he is in my language.
Yeah, yeah.
I know. I'm so impressed with Europeans, man.
We're so dumb. I'm not saying we're as in the three.
No.
I fit the category that I'm thinking of.
Dude, I've been around
dumb.
Spanish. I've been around Spanish my whole life, and I still don't know it. So, figure that one out. It's just they really work at it over there. Europeans are very smart in that sense.
Yeah.
They all know multiple languages.
Yeah, it seems like every one of them. I know Anna and Duke do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No
but
question about it.
He doesn't
They can
just know English. He's articulate.
Yeah.
In the language. He could probably speak English better than I could speak English.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's so embarrassing.
Yeah. Just to be able to switch it off like that. It's crazy.
Well, guys, I have received a message from my girlfriend wondering when I'm going to join her.
It was great to be with you guys.
I'm not going to leave her doubting. So
always good to see you guys. And last chance, I didn't get a chance to say this to you at the time when you brought this up or when we were talking about this earlier, but I always hear this, and it's such a selfish thing to think about, but it's so true that we enter this world by ourselves and we leave this world by ourselves. So you need to do what you need to do is what you need to do.
I have come to that conclusion myself.
Yeah.
But it still has to be finessed somehow.
Yeah. Well, I know that.
Because
don't feel guilty.
I love my kids and I love my girlfriend, and I don't feel like I should have to choose between one or the other.
Right. I totally get it, and I'm sorry that you're in that situation. But
yeah.
I think you're on the right track. So good to you.
All right, guys.
All right, take care,
great
guys.
Talking to
good
you,
to see you.
And thank you, everybody, in the chat, and have a great weekend. And hopefully, we'll see you all next week. Take care, and good night.